Chapter 961. Su Fengnian had only pulled out the river crossing pawn by 2 inches, but the interior of the carriage was already filled with a sense of honor. Even Pei Nanwei could not help but take a few more glances. When Su Fengnian unsheathed the river crossing pawn, Pei Nanwei felt a chill seeping into her skin. She could not help but wrap her arms around her chest to resist the chill. Probably because he noticed his sorry state from the blade that was as clear as a mirror, Su Fengnian used his sleeve to wipe the blood off his face and tapped the middle of the blade with a finger. Unexpectedly, the river crossing pawn did not tilt up like other heavy weapons. Instead, the blade rippled, quietly eliminating the vibrations caused by Su Fengnian's finger tapping. In the eyes of outsiders, the river crossing pawn looked like an extremely arrogant and beautiful woman, unmoved by all the flattery of men. When Su Fengnian mentioned the river crossing pawn, it was almost in front of his eyes. Only then did he realize that the blade was engraved with complicated and obscure talisman cloud patterns, like the rolling clouds, full of vitality. The eye-opening Su Fengnian could not help but sigh, "This blade is alive." Pei Nanwei was really sarcastic this time. She laughed and asked, "Is there still an object in this world that can move His Royal Highness?" Su Fengnian did not turn his head. He stared at the enchanting scenery floating on the blade and calmly said, "Aren't there 2 in the carriage?" The river crossing pawn was one, and the other was naturally her, Pei Nanwei. Pei Nanwei sneered, "This little girl is really honored." Su Fengnian put the blade back into its sheath and laughed, "You're a little girl. You're a woman in your early 30s. If you got married and had children in the countryside, you might have become a grandmother by now." These words, when placed in the Jianghu where men and women fought against each other, were no different from the killing power of a sword immortal. As expected, Pei Nanwei was so angry that her chest trembled slightly. She pressed one hand on her chest and the other hand on her thigh, trying to calm her emotions. She smiled sweetly, "Look at how much blood you've lost. If I weigh it, it must be several kilograms, right? Does it hurt?" Su Fengnian, who was leaning against the carriage, did not say anything. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched her thigh. Pei Nanwei's eyebrows knitted together, but she did not make a sound. Su Fengnian loosened his fingers. Pei Nanwei heaved a sigh of relief. She did not expect Su Fengnian to repeat his old trick. Pei Nanwei sucked in a breath of cold air. Her dignified and gentle face, which made this Princess Jing and become one of the most beautiful women in the world, looked very painful. Su Fengnian seemed to be addicted. He repeated it several times until Pei Nanwei, who did not say anything to stop him, became numb. Her hatred for him could not be any greater. To this young man, who she wanted to cut into pieces, she, Pei Nanwei, was indeed the same as the famous white sheath saber that was snatched from other people's hands. They were both objects that were snatched because they were moved. When they were bored, they would play with it. When they were not free, they would put it back into the sheath and not even look at it, leaving it to be covered in dust. Su Fengnian finally stopped deliberately letting Pei Nanwei suffer this kind of physical pain. Needless to say, her slender thigh was already bruised and swollen. Su Fengnian switched to his palm and placed it on her thigh. Pei Nanwei's pain was like a spring breeze that melted the snow. However, this made Pei Nanwei feel even more humiliated as a plaything. She bit her lips until her thin lips were bleeding. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "The first time will be very painful. Later on, it will be nothing more than that. You asked me if it hurts when I bleed from my 7 orifices. In fact, it's the same reason as you. When I say these things, you most likely won't listen, so I can only let you feel it. How about it, now that you know that it doesn't hurt, you already feel that it is a kind of happiness. That's why, we are all cheap goods. We don't know the good fortune of standing and talking. I once heard a joke, saying that the poor commoners wondered whether the old emperor would eat scallion pancakes for every meal. They thought it was funny. When I first traveled to Jianghu, I only realized that being able to fill my stomach when I ate those cornbread and roasted sweet potatoes. I was so happy that I didn't even think about those delicacies. A person's happiness and suffering are different depending on where they live, but the depth is roughly the same. That's why no one should look down on anyone, no one should laugh at anyone. Anything can be fought for, but the place of reincarnation is something that no matter how hard you work, you can't fight for in this lifetime. When encountering injustice, being able to accept one's fate is a skill, and being able to put your life on the line is even more amazing. However, those who are unwilling to accept their fate and are willing to put their life on the line are also not good, because they often do things without a bottom line and like to harm others. Yuan Tingshan, who rose to the top in Jizhou, is one such example. I've seen all kinds of people at the bottom of the Jianghu, and I've seen all kinds of people at the top of Mount Qingliang. I've never liked to associate with those who don't have a bottom line. Pei Nanwei sneered, if you weren't the hereditary heir of Beiliang, who would be willing to exchange pleasantries with you? Don't even talk about flattery. It's only because you reincarnated well that you have the qualifications to say these things. For the first time, Su Fengnian didn't refute, and grunted in agreement. However, not only did Pei Nanwei not have the feeling of returning victorious, she actually felt somewhat dull. The heir of the king of Jing'an, Xiao Sun, was undoubtedly one of those who reincarnated well, but so what? Su Fengnian suddenly asked, I'm going to take a trip to the desolate border that borders Beimang. Do you want to see the desert scenery? I've been to Beimang before, and I've seen the clouds fall with my own eyes. It's like the sky and the earth are aligned. It's really not bad. Seeing this, one's state of mind can also be a bit more open. In the northernmost part of Yuzhou, there's also a mountain called Rooster Crow. When day and night alternate, the sand sounds like a rooster crowing in the morning. Pei Nanwei didn't directly answer, but asked in passing, you're going to the border to participate in the military parade? What, has the great general already begun to prepare for you to be the hereditary heir of the king of Beiliang? He's afraid that you won't be able to convince the masses, so he's going to personally hold the line for you in the Beiliang border army? As soon as these words came out, Pei Nanwei was as silent as a cicada in winter. She wasn't afraid of the young man beside her, who she had the confidence to be on equal footing with, but from the bottom of her heart, she was afraid of the old man with a hunchback and a smile whenever she bumped into him in Beiliang Palace. That old man was old, but Pei Nanwei still couldn't imagine when and where the old man would die. If the old man finally died, would the fallen 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn be able to close their eyes in peace? Su Fengnian silently left the carriage, requested a warhorse from Tongmen Pass, and rode it alone. Would a Beiliang without Su Xiao still be a Beiliang? At this time, a simple carriage quietly entered the desolate border of Beimang, which had been trampled by the Beiliang cavalry. The coachman was the second most powerful person in the world, to Oba Bodhisattva. Chapter 962. Winter passed and spring came. Orioles sang among hundreds of birds. Flocks of small orioles could often be seen shuttling among the green grasses on both sides of the posthouse road in Yuzhou. Unfortunately, Beiliang had a rough folk culture, and there were no scholars who would go to listen to orioles singing yellow opera in spring. A carriage was moving slowly northward. A woman in the carriage was holding an oriole's nest that she picked from a low branch. Occasionally, she would lift the curtain to take a look at the scenery along the way. Along the way, in order to save time, she seldom stopped in the city. She was in the middle of nowhere, and the most embarrassing thing for a woman was that she had 3 urgent needs. The first time she wanted to go to the toilet, she clenched her legs and gritted her teeth to hold on for half an hour. However, the man, who had long sensed that something was wrong, didn't say anything. When she finally couldn't hold it anymore and asked to get off the carriage, she lowered her head and sat back in the carriage. She even heard a bad joke from the man. He said that there was once an official who dressed incognito to observe the public's opinion, but his stomach felt uncomfortable in the wilderness. Every time he wanted to go to the toilet, he asked the coachman to find a quiet place for him to take off his pants. The coachman found several places for the official, but every time the official untied his belt and squatted down, he didn't want to go there anymore. Later, whenever the official asked if he had found a place, the coachman said no. Finally, the official couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped off the carriage and took off his pants while running. In the end, he even added fuel to the fire by asking her if she had found a place with good feng shui. On the way back, she had conveniently picked up a bird's nest made of pine needles and grass. After hearing his words, she threw it at him fiercely. The man gently caught the bird's nest with one hand and handed it back to her with a smile. He made up for his mistake by telling her an embarrassing story. He said that when he was traveling, he accidentally went to the toilet and heard a lot of noise next door. He was bored to death, so he opened his mouth to tease his brother a few times. In the end, his toilet door was torn down by a female hero with a cold face with a sword. He was so scared that he almost fell into the toilet pit. He quickly covered his crotch with his hands. In the end, the female hero coldly threatened to cut off his 3 legs. This mother***er really is a loose tongue. If he hadn't been quick-witted and suddenly let go of his hand, letting that heroine have a good look at what it means to have a great display of masculinity, scaring her away, he probably wouldn't have been able to avoid a good beating. Pei Nanwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw him say these shameful words. She didn't argue with him anymore. Even the heir apparent of Beiliang was so embarrassed. She, a woman who was no longer the princess consort of a vassal state, was too lazy to pretend to be a heroine. On this trip north to the border, peregrine falcons had been constantly passing on secret reports. Naturally, Su Fengnian did not tell her the important military information, but he did tell her all the harmless secrets. For example, the Qingqing prince Wu Lingsu of the Qingyang Palace had entered the capital to be conferred a title. He had been given half a cup of the Taoist master's mansion's minister of feathered dress and was able to rule across the river. He had great power and was in charge of the North and South Taoist schools together. The high and mighty Longhu Mountain seemed to be unable to bear such grievances and quickly took out their trump card. It was said that their leader Zhao Danxia had cultivated the most difficult Jade Emperor Tower in Taoism and ascended together with the old Taoist master Zhao Shi. Then the imperial court immediately allowed Prime Minister Qingzi Zhao Danping in the capital to be the leader of the southern Taoist sect. They also made an exception and granted the young Taoist master of the Taoist master's residence, Zhao Ningxin, to be an official in the imperial court. He became the emperor's personal attendant who was even more envied than Huang Men. There was another thing that had nothing to do with the imperial court. It was purely a matter of Jianghu people. The nameless old swordsman who was addicted to eating swords finally made a move. However, it wasn't Wang Xinji of the martial emperor city who did it himself. Instead, he let his 4 direct disciples block the sword one by one. The first 3 disciples who were recognized as geniuses were unable to block the sword. In the end, the eldest disciple, Yu Groom, who had always been hidden by his junior brother, blocked the sword with his saber. This shocked Jianghu. This sabersman was immediately regarded as a top master who could make General Gu Jiantang fight with all his strength. Pei Nanwei didn't have the slightest interest in these secrets that made the blood of all Jianghu people boil. They went in one ear and out the other. She just took it as a joke to relieve her boredom. When they were close to the frontier fortress, the carriage stopped for a while in Qingshan County. Su Fengnian specially took Pei Nanwei to a restaurant to eat a local dish called green essence rice, which was made by crushing the leaves of nanju, soaking the rice in its juice and steaming it. It was green in color and had a tempting aroma. However, the large blue and white porcelain bowl used to hold the rice was almost a foot wide, which made Pei Nanwei stunned. She went all out and ate less than half of the bowl before she couldn't swallow it. Su Fengnian finished his own bowl like a whirlwind in clouds and took Pei Nanwei's bowl without hesitation. He still enjoyed the meal with relish. Su Yanbing didn't enter the restaurant earlier. When he showed up later, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man in satin casual clothes. Su Fengnian, who was still eating with his head lowered, waved his hand and motioned for the strange-looking man to sit down. After the man sat down, he said softly, "Greetings to His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian put down his empty bowl and chopsticks and leaned lazily against the back of the crudely made and slightly rugged chair. He joked with a smile, "Huang Fuqing, what are you calling me? I've already changed from Commandant Guai Yi to General Yuzhou, who is in charge of the military power of a province. Are you still used to it?" Huang Fuqing, who was already the new general of Yuzhou, didn't have the fear and modesty of an ordinary general. He only said in a deep voice, "I dare not disappoint your highness even if I have to die 10,000 times." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Chen Shiliang is in charge of the salt policy. If he doesn't ask you for help, you don't have to think too highly of yourself and let those unrestrained local tyrants do whatever they want. When Chen Shiliang asks you to borrow soldiers to kill someone, you can take action. At that time, don't be soft-hearted." Huang Fucheng's speed of promotion in the northern Liang path was second only to the provincial governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji. He was fully deserving of being His Highness' trusted aide. However, the price he had to pay was so great that it made one's heart turn cold. He had to watch his entire clan die out. Huang Fucheng, who was so obsessed with being an official that he went crazy, naturally had a good reputation in the officialdom of Yuzhou. However, Huang Fucheng was fighting with his back to the wall in Beiliang. No one was willing to sit at the same table with such a treacherous villain even if he wanted to form a clique. This kind of puppet was most suitable to be used as a borrowed knife to kill people. It could be said that whoever used him would feel relieved. However, in Beiliang, only Su Fengnian was qualified to hold a knife. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. In addition, Huang Fuqing had always believed in using meritorious deeds to exchange for official positions. Even if he had a meteoric rise, he still gave people the illusion that he was unhappy. Su Fengnian didn't care whether this general of Yuzhou had eaten or not. He still ordered a bowl of green rice for him and said with a smile, "You've integrated the Jianghu forces in Yuzhou well. My sister has a good opinion of you. I'll allow you to generously extend your hands and feet to Liangzhou in the future. By the way, you'll pay for the meal. I'll take it that you've done your duty as a host." Huang Fuqing stood up and respectfully saw His Royal Highness off. After sitting down, he wolfed down the rice. In the end, he took out all the gold and silver in the restaurant's waiter's eyes, which looked at him like he was an idiot. He placed them on the table and swaggered away. His duty as a host. He had bought the military power of the entire Yuzhou with the gold and silver he carried with him. Was it expensive or cheap? The carriage drove out of Qingshan County City. Su Fengnian lay comfortably in the carriage, crossing his legs and burping. Pei Nanwei sneered and said, "Isn't this notorious Huang Fuqing the person you said has no bottom line? Aren't you also comfortable using him?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "How do you know he has no bottom line? Huang Fuqing, and even Chu Lushan, are actually not as simple as the outside world thinks. Naturally, they have nothing to do with good people. But when it comes to whether they have a bottom line or not, in my opinion, they have a much higher bottom line than those talkative and famous scholars who keep saying that they are worried about the country and the people while having sex with prostitutes. Those who regard themselves too much as human beings will easily not regard others as human beings. Those who do not regard themselves as human beings will, on the contrary, leave a little bit of a pure heart." To make an inappropriate comparison, Mount Wudang and Mount Longhu are both Taoist ancestral courts. The Taoist master's mansion's yellow-purple noble lady is full of immortal aura, so high and unapproachable that only high-ranking officials and dignitaries can walk through that door. The old Taoist with the highest seniority on Mount Wudang does not have any immortal aura, but he can chat with the common people and pilgrims about their daily lives. Who do you think is more humane? Huang Fuqing is my lackey. Whether it's me, His Royal Highness, or Huang Fuqing himself, we won't deny it. But if Huang Fuqing really wants this Yuzhou general to pour out his grievances, you won't have the heart to listen. Pei Nanwei flatly said, I don't want to hear it either. Su Fingnian sighed and said, every family has its own difficulties. Only Qing Feng, who flips through books for no reason, knows about it. Pei Nanwei was stunned. She laughed and said, I didn't know that you would also be sad about the passing of spring. Su Fingnian rolled his eyes and said, I'm a talented scholar who can write hundreds of poems in a year, okay? Pei Nanwei squinted and said, buying poems and copying poems counts. Su Fingnian laughed and said, if I didn't spend a lot of money to buy these poems of Beiliang's poor scholars, do you think they would have enough money to travel thousands of miles to the capital to take the imperial examination? Pei Nanwei asked in return, has anyone ever said good things about you and remembered your kindness? Su Fingnian's mouth twitched. There was a rare awkwardness on his face. It's probably because I didn't hear it. Pei Nanwei sneered and said, moreover, Beiliang is barren and the number of scholars is even fewer. In the end, you gave them all to the imperial court with both hands. You, His Royal Highness, are really magnanimous. Su Fingnian rubbed his stomach, which could fill 2 big blue and white bowls of rice, and said self-mockingly, my magnanimity is not small. But good people have good karma. Didn't nearly 1,000 foreign scholars come to Beiliang to take root? Chapter 963. To the north of Qingan County in Yuzhou was Yanji County. The reason why it was called Yanji County was that Yanji County's wives were famous for their beauty. Even in the Central Plains, some rich old men in Jiangnan Circuit would take pride in marrying a young woman from Yanji County as a concubine. Most of the beautiful women from Yanji County who were unwilling to suffer hardships preferred to leave the border for the rich and fertile Central Plains, never to return. Even though many of them had fallen into prostitution, they would never turn back. Thus, they were mocked by the Liang imperial court as flowers in the wall, fragrance outside the wall. There was another Yanji County with the same name in Yanji County, which was full of beautiful women. It was a man's good fortune to marry a Yanji County woman and bring her home to warm his bed. If an official in Yuzhou didn't have a Yanji County woman as a concubine or a concubine, he wouldn't have the face to go out and greet his colleagues. Pei Nanwei might have been tired of wearing that cumbersome curtain hat. When she entered the inn in Yanji County to spend the night, she abandoned the curtain hat and was shocked by the men and women who were lucky enough to recognize her face. Today was the Lantern Festival of the first year of Xiangfu. The Lantern Festival was a big festival. Officials and people enjoyed it together and went out to enjoy the lanterns together. Yuzhou was obviously very different from Lingzhou, which had a granary. Although the lantern market was lively, it didn't have a glorious aura. Men and women's clothes were also mostly simple, unlike Lingzhou, which liked to be luxurious. Yuzhou was neither Liangzhou where the Su family lived nor Lingzhou, which was relatively stable and comfortable. Yuzhou had always been mocked by the officials of Yuzhou as being raised by a stepmother. Of course, they didn't forget to bring 1 or 2 Yanji County women who were bought with a lot of money. As a stepping stone for the unfamiliar official career, it was tacky to give money. If they gave too little, they would be looked down on. Giving women was both elegant and practical. Su Fingnian and Pei Nanwei walked side by side. They looked like a perfect couple. In the night, they could only see Pei Nanwei's face from afar. Therefore, they didn't cause too much of a stir. However, those who had seen her face and figure didn't want to go too far away. If she wasn't in their bowl, they could take a few more glances at her bowl to satisfy their craving. Some idle ruffians were quite bold. They wanted to take advantage of the crowd to take advantage of her. However, they were kicked far away by Su Fingnian. They were just shrimps who looked fierce but were timid at heart. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Furthermore, they were in the wrong first. After that, they became much more restrained. Originally, they wanted to pretend to call for people to gang up on the child. However, no one was willing to take a few more glances at the beautiful woman on the mural. Therefore, they gave up bitterly. In addition, in Yuzhou, the government would turn a blind eye to fights. However, if they made trouble in the lantern market, they would definitely be caught and skinned by the patrolling soldiers. There were 3 scholars walking in front of Su Fengnian and Pei Nanwei. Judging from their accents, they were scholars from the Central Plains. Most likely, they had heard that Yanji County was full of beauties and could be easily found on the streets. Therefore, they came here to try their luck. Bailiang women were bold and unrestrained, so they might have a short-lived marriage. The 3 young scholars had already seen the beautiful young woman behind them. Due to etiquette and self-esteem, they didn't have the nerve to strike up a conversation with her. Therefore, they could only slow down their steps and deliberately speak in a loud voice. It was as if they were competing to see who could speak more shockingly. Some said that they were relatives of a certain official in Lingzhou and would soon enter the county government office to become an official. Some said that it had always been the Liang dynasty who had been watching Bailiang with ulterior motives. Now that West Chu was about to be reinstated, Bailiang could finally sit down and eat melon seeds while watching the imperial court make a fool of itself. There were also some who said that since childhood, they had yearned for the iron horses and golden spears of the frontier fortress. Which scholar had given up the scholarly honor that was within reach and had come to this impoverished land to enlist in the army? When Su Fengnian heard one of the scholars mention the endlessly prattling West Chu's victory and defeat, he smiled and quickened his pace. He took the initiative to ask, "Young master, how do you know that the rain station of West Chu is destined to end miserably within half a year?" The scholar, who did indeed have a somewhat refined temperament, did not reply to Su Fengnian. Instead, he shot a glance at Pei Nanwei and introduced himself. "This young one is a descendant of the Fan family in Huansha County, Gangnam-do." Su Fengnian went with the flow and feigned surprise. The Fan family in Huansha County is the most famous county in the south of the old northern Han. I never imagined that young Master Fan's background would be so illustrious. There are only a few families like this in all of Bailiang. It is certain that even the prefects of Bailiang would treat you as an honored guest. It is an honor to meet young Master Fan. The other scholar also hurriedly introduced himself. He was from the Shizhao Zhou family in Dongyue. The remaining scholar, probably because he was of ordinary birth, was speechless and indignant. In reality, the Fan family in Huansha County and the Shizhao Zhou family were flourishing during the spring and autumn period. They were not first-rate families that were unreachable. As long as one had the surname of Fan and Zhou, most of them would be relatives. No one would take them seriously. These 2 scholars had clearly come to Bailiang, where their horizons were not broad, in order to make up the numbers. In this era where even the servants of wealthy families had sharp eyes and could see the depth of a family's wealth with just a belt, such clumsy tricks were not worth mentioning. They had clearly underestimated the abilities of Bailiang's officials. Bailiang was poor, but the poor were the common people who faced the earth and the sky. The officials were not poor at all. Su Fengnian had originally wanted to fish for information and amuse himself. Unexpectedly, Pei Nanwei's words were truly earth-shattering. "What does your surnames and names have to do with this old lady? This old lady only likes robust men over 200 gene. The 3 of you can scram to the side and cool off." It was as if the 3 scholars had been struck by lightning. Afterwards, they didn't even dare to let out a fart, leaving with their tails between their legs. Su Fengnian gave Pei Nanwei a thumbs up. She ran her fingers through her hair and turned her head. When she turned her head, the corners of her mouth curled up. She had a rare expression on her face that said, "If this old lady doesn't make a move, she will be invincible." Su Fengnian touched the pot that didn't boil. He clicked his tongue and praised, "Bailiang is really a place with good feng shui. Sister Pei has also been infected with heroic spirit. Pei Nanwei scowled coldly. She kicked the back of Su Fengnian's shoe and twisted it hard. Su Fengnian was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion, let alone pain. He muttered to himself, "It's only been half a year." Chao Chongqing and Sun Shiji, two great remnants of West Chu, working together shouldn't be so useless, right? Pei Nanwei said coldly, "A lot of people will die." Su Fengnian's eyes were ice cold. He said slowly, "Yes, a lot of people will die. But you also have to know that there are so many people in West Chu who have shaved their hair and fled to Zen. They don't hesitate to shut themselves in cellars and escape into the mountains to become wild elders. They've lost their minds and are patrolling the city in the middle of the night, shouting that everyone is a ghost. They're all living a life worse than death. This group of wandering ghosts who can't forget the West Chu dynasty can't wait to drag their families down with them. You don't even know how to evaluate such foolishly loyal remnants." Pei Nanwei said hatefully, "If they want to die a worthy death, no one can stop them. But don't implicate the innocent people who just want to live a peaceful life and have a good night's sleep." Su Fengnian said with a smile, "In the past, I always felt that you were lifeless, like a female ghost in human skin who haunts ancient temples deep in the mountains. Only today do I know that you can still speak human language. Why don't you stay in Yanji County? Maybe you'll become a living person in the future. When you miss the reeds by Tide Hark Lake, you can go back and take a look." Pei Nanwei said without hesitation, "Okay." Su Fengnian was momentarily absent-minded. He seemed to have said these words to others before. However, Su Fengnian quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. "Then I'll have to show off my status as the heir. I'll ask the governor of Yanji County to arrange a private residence for you where no one will disturb you." Su Fengnian asked for directions and arrived at the governor's mansion. Unfortunately, the governor had also brought a large group of family members to enjoy themselves with the common people. The gatekeeper, who had trained a pair of discerning eyes, saw that Su Fengnian had an extraordinary aura and had him sit in a small room by the side door. After waiting for 4 whole hours, even the gatekeeper was somewhat impressed by the young man's patience. During this time, the gatekeeper solicitously inquired about his well-being and served him tea. Naturally, this was because Su Fengnian had taken advantage of the beauty Pei Nanwei's reputation. Governor Hong Shandong rubbed his eyes as he returned in high spirits. He had never set foot in Bailiang Palace in his life and didn't recognize the young master. However, he recognized the retainer, who could only stand. It was the general's personal bodyguard, Su Yanbing. One year, when the general was patrolling the border, he passed by Yanji County. Hong Shandong was fortunate enough to meet him once. This person was actually qualified to eat and drink with the general. His memory was especially vivid. If Su Yanbing had to stand, then who was the young man sitting and drinking tea? Hong Shandong wasn't an idiot. He immediately collected his thoughts and waved his sleeves. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and paid his respects to His Royal Highness who had come to his humble abode. The large group of Hong family descendants crowded outside the small room widened their eyes. The older ones knew the ways of the world and were somewhat fearful. The younger ones' clean eyes were filled with childlike curiosity. Although the threshold of the governor's mansion wasn't low, the highest position received by the governor was only the previous general of Yuzhou. How high was His Royal Highness's position? When this young man put on the yellow official robe and became the king of Bailiang, everyone in Liang would know how high his position was. Hong Shandong didn't have the courage to look at Pei Nanwei from beginning to end. After knowing that this woman with no clear status would live in Yanji County, he was surprised but not happy. He didn't mind enshrining her like a female bodhisattva. This was what he should do. It might not be a merit, but since ancient times, beauties were a source of trouble. If there was the slightest mistake, then wouldn't his originally smooth career come to an end? However, since His Highness the Crown Prince had spoken, Hong Shandong could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a smile to agree. That night, the governor tossed out an elegant residence with mountains and rivers. Su Fingnian had the men of sacrifice secretly greet the spies in Yanji County. The men of sacrifice were originally great spies who had accumulated great prestige. They were familiar with this kind of shady business and could handle it flawlessly. Afterwards, Su Fengnian abandoned the carriage, which was already redundant, and rode with Su Yanbing out of the city that very night. They hurried to the familiar Tuma Pass. When Pei Nanwei got off the carriage, she didn't forget to pick up the curtain hat. In the secluded residence with only 2 old servant girls, she stood in the courtyard without saying a word. It was only when she was about to go to bed that she threw the curtain hat in the courtyard. On the dressing cabinet in the room, she caught a glimpse of several boxes of exquisite and expensive rouge. She sneered and said, "It's all a burden." How many of the seemingly valuable items were actually valuable? Chapter 964. The East Sea Martial Emperor city had always been rumored to have 3 oddities. The oddities were that there were always more foreigners than locals in the city. The oddities were that the inner city wall was filled with weapons. The oddities were, of course, the number 2 in the world, who had lived for 100 years. To the people of Liang Jianghu, not having been to the Martial Emperor city meant that they had never been to the Jianghu. The first oddities were not strange. Every year, several second-grade master realm and even first-grade masters would try to climb the city wall, hoping to become famous. For example, the 9th Blades Huang Ascending Tower had attracted top masters like Chao Chongqing to watch the battle. As a result, the Martial Emperor city had attracted a large number of heroes who came to seek adventure. The second oddities were even more reasonable. If one failed to climb the tower, he had to leave his weapon on the wall. Old Monster Wang had dominated the Martial Emperor city for 60 years. In the first 10 years, he often had to accept 3 or 4 challenges a day. Over time, the wall was filled with heavenly weapons, including the contribution of the Donghua sword pool suzerain, Song Nianqing. The third oddities were why Wang Xianji, who was the number 1 in the world, still claimed to be the number 2 in the world. No one knew the inside story. There were many weapon shops, pawn shops, and martial arts arenas in the Martial Emperor city. This was even easier to explain. What else could one do in the Martial Emperor city if not fight to become famous? Many of the heroes of today's world had fought their way to fame when they were young. However, the martial arts arenas in the city had been quiet recently. Indeed, the strange sword that entered the city a few days ago was too confusing. Last year, Bimang had overstepped its authority and established a ranking of 10 people. Among the swordsmen, only the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, was listed. However, it was rumored that he had gone to the sea to visit the immortals and there was no news of him. However, there was a sword that had been hovering outside the Martial Emperor city for a long time. When all the Jianghu people in the city had lost their patience, the sword finally moved. It was discovered by a child who threw stones at the sword. When the child hurriedly ran back home to tell his father, the father rolled his eyes and ignored him. He just treated it as if he had missed the fun. It was Wang Xianji's 4th disciple, Lu Huang. He was 46 years old and had the sword, Bodhisattva Barbarian. Lu Huang could be said to be an exceptional sword art prodigy. He took a crooked path of abandoning the Tao in pursuit of skills. It was like a person walking with a limp. However, Lu Huang only walked with one leg and was already far ahead in the Martial Emperor city. Wang Xianji once had the intention to let Lu Huang guard the pavilion when Song Nianqing ascended the pavilion for the 2nd time. It was a pity that Song Nianqing had died suddenly. However, Lu Huang's attainment in sword arts was imaginable. Wang Xianji once had the intention to let Lu Huang guard the pavilion when Song Nianqing ascended the pavilion for the 2nd time. It was a pity that Song Nianqing suddenly died. However, Lu Huang's attainment in sword arts was imaginable. Lu Huang sat cross-legged with his sword across his knees and waited for 2 hours. When the flying sword arrived at the city wall at the speed of a turtle, Lu Huang unsheathed his sword and used the tip of his sword to block the sword. However, the sword that entered the city was extremely weak. However, Lu Huang's Bodhisattva barbarian didn't seem to be affected at all. Lu Huang then stood up and rode the Bodhisattva barbarian. His body followed the unsheathed sword and retreated step by step. 6 hours later, Lu Huang's chi was exhausted and his tendons were broken. However, he still couldn't stop the nameless sword from trembling. In the next 6 hours, it was the city lord's third disciple, Linya, who took over the responsibility of blocking the sword. Linya was 32 years old and was also a beauty on the rouge scale. Her figure was as tall as the men from the northern lands. Her figure was majestic and had a unique charm that made people gasp in amazement. She was the world's #1 fist master. However, no matter how hard she punched the sword, she still couldn't stop the sword from moving forward at a constant speed. For the last punch, Linya soared into the sky and smashed down. The buildings within a radius of 100 feet below the sword were all smashed into pieces. The violent Linya obviously couldn't accept this result. She ran like crazy and carried a large cauldron back from the martial arts field. She smashed it onto the sword as if it was a joke to her. She still couldn't do anything. Linya sat on the ground dejectedly with a dull look in her eyes. Then, it was the Qi Refinement Grandmaster Gong Bonk's turn. As the oldest among Wang Xianji's 4 disciples, Gong Bonk was bald and had 9 rings on his head. Instead of wearing a kasaya, he wore a Taoist robe. It was rumored that he possessed the physique of a Buddha's Vajra, but he also possessed 6 types of Taoist finger mystic arts and was proficient in Qi Refinement mystical arts. Gong Bonk's moves were indeed dazzling. He didn't come into close contact with the sword like his junior martial brother Lu Huang and junior martial sister Linya. Instead, he stood in the inner city's pavilion. Every time he waved his sleeves, he would pick up a weapon from the wall. As a result, the martial emperor's city had to listen to 6 hours of thunderous sounds of bells and drums. Some of the citizens with weak inner strength were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They all ran out of the city to seek refuge. Gong Bonk waved his 107 sleeves and picked up 107 weapons. 70 to 80% of them were destroyed in the collision. In the end, the sword was less than 20 feet away from the pavilion. The entire martial emperor's city felt that even if the city lord were to personally make a move, he wouldn't be able to block the sword from entering the pavilion unless he used all his strength. Afterwards, Wang Xianji's eldest disciple, Grumyu, who rarely showed his face, stood in front of the sword. However, no one saw what really happened at the top of the city wall. Only after the outcome was revealed and the rumors were spread that Grumyu had struck out with his saber and blocked the unreasonable sword that sought not to be fast but to be slow. In fact, Yu Grum did not bring his saber at all. Instead, he floated in front of the long sword and slowly circled it. When the tip of the flying sword was less than 6 feet away from the attic, he stood in front of the long sword again, closed his eyes, and gently pressed his 2 fingers on the tip of the sword. At this moment, on the top floor of the attic, there was a scene that no one could imagine. The burly old monster Wang in hemp clothes and shoes stood at the window overlooking the city. Inside the attic sat the monster who ate swords. What was even more amusing was that the atmosphere in the attic was not tense at all. This was because the old monster eating sword was sitting cross-legged and drinking a pot of wine. A half-squatting girl in green was pulling at the old monster's white eyebrows and tying them together seriously. The expression on her small face was unusually serious, and her movements were even more meticulous. The old monster eating sword, whose real name was no longer known by the Jianghu, was not angry. Instead, he smiled and allowed the little girl to mess around. The way he looked at her was a little strange. When Yu Grum's feet left the ground and his body was suspended in the air, his 2 fingers finally pressed the tip of the sword down by half an inch. Wang Xianji nodded, turned around and sat opposite Sui Xiaogu. The little girl in green raised her hand and shook the knot made by the white eyebrows. She smiled brightly at the city master of the martial emperor city as if she was asking for praise. Wang Xianji, who had never smiled in front of his 4 disciples, smiled slightly and waved his hand. The little girl in green shook her head. Obviously, the white eyebrows of the old grandpa were more interesting. She continued to squat and tie the knot carefully. The old monster-eating sword smiled and said, "You've done your best for Li Chungang. It's just that with his stubborn temper, he doesn't care about the reincarnation of Buddhism. He doesn't want to be a free and unfettered celestial being, nor is he willing to continue his fate in the afterlife. Li Chungang is Li Chungang. A lifetime of grievances, a lifetime of injustice, a lifetime of justice. This is the sword god that even you, Wang Xianji, are willing to admire. Li Chungang will die in every lifetime, so the green robe of Fengdu will die with him. As for Dong Tai, even if he returns from visiting immortals, his sword skills and sword path won't lose to Li Chungang. To you and me, he's still not as appetizing as Li Chungang." Wang Xianji said indifferently, "You groom can only borrow the remaining power of half of building Wild Forest Crow Palace to block half of your sword. Why did you stop this sword?" The old monster-eating sword ignored him and lowered his head to smile at the little girl in green. "Little girl, go to the wall and get a good sword for this old grandpa to drink with." The little girl, who looked full of spiritual energy, raised her head and made an "oh" sound. She jogged out and obediently raised her butt to lie on the city wall. She pulled out a long sword with some difficulty and carried it back into the pavilion while holding the sword hilt with both hands. Sui Xiaogu laughed heartily. He broke off an inch of the sword tip with 2 fingers and threw it into his mouth. Seeing the little girl in green looking at him eagerly as if she was craving for food, the old monster-eating sword laughed. "Don't learn from this old grandpa to eat swords. Otherwise, when you grow up, you'll scare away men." Sui Xiaogu saw that the child continued to focus on his white eyebrows and said to Wang Xianji, "Since you let a few disciples block my sword, it's obvious that you don't want to fight with me. It's fine, I don't have the confidence to win now. I reckon that Dong Tai will be back soon. Compared to fighting with you, I'm more interested in knowing if it's worth it for Li Chungang to lend him his sword from 10,000 miles away. If I win against Dong Tai when he's at his peak, my chances of winning will be higher if I fight with you. However, according to your temper of not rejecting anyone, why would you let your disciple show his face like this? You don't look like an old man who's about to die. Why would you do something like entrusting an orphan to someone?" Chapter 965. Wang Xianji said calmly, "I'm waiting for the final battle. After that, I will ascend. After I leave, Wu City will cease to exist." At first, Han Xingxian wanted to learn from Gao Shulu and slaughter all the first grade 3 realm experts in Jianghu. Many scattered people fled to the city. After that, there was a rule that no one from Wu City would be included in the rankings. Among the 4 disciples including the groom, I planned to send Gong Bonk and Lu Huang to the capital, Linya to Nanjiang. As for the groom, I still haven't decided. However, Lu Yi will most likely be taken care of by him. Sui Xiaogu stared. "From your tone, the final battle won't be between me and Dong Tai. It also won't be Chao Chongqing. Could it be Tuoba Bodhisattva?" Wang Xianji sneered, "That northern barbarian. Eating dust behind me. As long as I, Wang Xianji, am alive, he won't be number 1 in the world. His martial arts cultivation now is only Wang Xianji's from 30 years ago. Even if he takes that weapon, it's only me from 20 years ago. What's there to fight?" Sui Xiaogu was puzzled. "Qi Xuanzhen didn't want to fight with you. Later, Hong Shixiang, who had a chance to fight with you, also committed suicide. However, from what I see, these two, even one person, can't compare to their status 500 years ago. I'm afraid that for 500 years after Lu Dongxian, you, Wang Xianji, were invincible. For example, Lu Songtao, the sect leader of Zhulu Mountain whom I helped guard, was slightly inferior to Li Chungang. 200 years ago, Wu family's sword immortal master, Wu Doubing, was a hero who made a name for himself. He dominated Jianghu for 40 years. At most, he was another Lu Songtao. 400 years ago, the great demon Gao Shulu caused a catastrophe and killed all the top experts in Jianghu. Although he was skilled, he was only slightly stronger than the current Tuoba Bodhisattva. Today's Jianghu is very different from before. You, Tuoba Bodhisattva, Li Chungang, Dong Tai, and that white-clothed woman, any one of you, other than Gao Shulu's Jianghu, would be invincible in 100 years in Jianghu. Of course, me too. Wang Xianji sneered, it's all Huang Longshi's fault. The girl in green suddenly ran to Wang Xianji and asked curiously, Grandpa, why don't you call yourself this old man? Wang Xianji rubbed her head and pointed at Suishia Valley. She smiled and said, this fellow is more than 20 years older than grandfather. However, he is only older and does not have much ability. Sui Xiagu blew his beard and glared. He broke a section of the sword and threw it into his mouth. He said angrily, Wang Xianji, why don't we fight now? Wang Xianji merely glanced at Sui Xiagu and ignored him. The two white eyebrows of the sword-eating old man that had been tied into countless knots instantly straightened and fluttered in the air. The girl in green was anxious when she saw this. She quickly ran over and pulled down the two long eyebrows that were taller than her. She hugged them and continued to tie the knots patiently. Sui Xiagu sighed helplessly and asked, do you think that Qin Jibao can defeat the Gu Jiantang after he used the Dragon Tree Monk's death to become a Confucian saint? Wang Xianji shook his head. Sui Xiagu said with a puzzled expression, this kid is extremely talented and rare. Why did he go to Great Peace City to become the Minister of War? Why didn't he become a king and become a vassal of Western Shu? He would have a good state of mind and time to improve his cultivation. Wang Xianji smiled and said, Qin Jibao is equivalent to the Confucian saint, Chao Chongqing, who died in West Chu to revive the country. When the time comes, he will be able to borrow the momentum and win against Gu Jiantang. Only then will he have the right to fight me. Sui Xiagu was stunned and then sighed deeply, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Wang Xianji was silent. Sui Xiagu smiled and asked, let's not talk about the 10 people who are already in the martial arts rankings. Who do you think will be able to rise up in the next 50 years? Wang Xianji closed his eyes and said slowly, in terms of swords, Liu Baijie, whose Tongshi sword was eaten by you, originally had a good swordsmanship. However, he was a late bloomer and became the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Wang Xiaoping was originally on the wrong path but now he is inseparable from Lu Songtao. He has both Q sword and Buddhism. His future is limitless. Qi Xianxia in the city used to be half a celestial at Mount Longhu but did not have a chivalrous character. After going to Mount Wudong and leaving the mountain, he has changed greatly. Wu Luding is too focused on winning and will not be able to go as far as the female sword servant Cui Hua. In terms of the blade, Yuan Suozong will definitely reach the celestial phenomenon realm. It is just a matter of time. As for Jiang Fuding, it's hard to say. His character is too evil but because his martial arts path is the most similar to mine, if he is unlucky, he will stay in Xianji for the rest of his life. If he is lucky, when I ascend, he will have a chance to become a land celestial. The head of the Wu family's sword tomb, Su Yanbing of Beiliang. The two from Mount Lantuo and Guanyin do not have a high chance of becoming the world's #1 but they have a chance to become land celestial. There are too many variables in the Jianghu now and I dare not predict their final achievements. However, these people will at most be in the top 10. It's just that their positions are different. However, there are two people who are especially unpredictable. Nangong Puj of Tide Listening Pavilion who uses a blade, and Jiang Si, the princess of West Chu who has already comprehended the sword. However, the latter is likely to be a flash in the pan. Sui Xiagu remembered a name, Jiang Fuding. Wang Xianji said calmly, "Do you know my wish to practice martial arts?" Sui Xiagu frowned slightly, but the little girl was dragged by the snow-white eyebrows. Ancestor Qi Jian turned his head and smiled apologetically. The girl in green smiled back and waved her hand to indicate that it was fine. Wang Xianji placed her fists on her legs. "Do you know that Li Chungang, you, Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dong Tai, Chao Chongqing, your realms are not much different from mine. Why do you want to fight to the death? Why are you sure that you will lose?" Sui Xiagu laughed angrily. "Isn't it because you have thick skin?" The girl in green covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Xianji looked straight at Sui Xiagu and asked, "Do you believe that I can still kill all of you if the few of you join forces against me?" Sui Xiagu narrowed his eyes. He obviously did not believe it. But he had to believe it. Wang Xianji stood up. The top floor of the attic had no walls or windows blocking the east and west. Hence, one could see the East Sea from the east. Wang Xianji said softly, "After I, Wang Xianji, became an earth immortal from the martial Tao and not the heavenly Tao, I have always called myself the second in the world. Not everyone in the world can fight to the death with me. The reason for this is because I missed the Jianghu when Li Chungang was invincible." At that time, Wang Xianji looked up to that sword-wielding green robe and was convinced. It was him who made me understand the meaning of the Jianghu. It was Li Chungang who made me walk the path that I have walked for 60 years. If the Jianghu thinks that I am the second in the world because I am mocking the world, I will not deny it. Whoever has the ability can come and be the world's number one in their eyes. Sui Xiagu waited for her to continue. Wang Xianji smiled, "But more importantly, the enemy in my heart is the entire world." Wang Xianji clenched her fists. Above the East Sea, the tides rose and fell. So even if the 9 people behind Wu Ping and all the rank 1 experts in the world gather at Wu Wu City, I, Wang Xianji, will not be afraid of losing. I will only win. Sui Xiagu pulled his eyebrows out of the child's hands. The girl in green jumped up and down, trying to catch the 2 white eyebrows. Wang Xianji loosened her fists and stood with her hands behind her back. The East Sea returned to calmness. If Jiang Fuding did not die in Beiliang, he would have the spirit to be the enemy of the entire Jianghu. Only then would he have the awareness to be the enemy of the world. At that time, the Jianghu would be his and Nangong Push's Jianghu. At most, there would be a Hong Jingyan. You, Suatia Valley, are hung up on your sword. Chao Zhangqing is hung up on the woman who observed the chess. You all have your own obsessions in your hearts. Instead, you are not as relaxed as the heartless Jiang Fuding. However, your obsessions are coincidentally the foundation for you to become top martial artists. What is even more helpless is that even if you can disperse everything and rise again, you are still unwilling to give up. Sui Xiagu mocked, "Do you think everyone is a martial arts fanatic like you?" Gao Shulu had only reached the legendary celestial immortal realm by deliberately causing her cultivation to go berserk. Old monster Wang, you really are a monster. I am puzzled. Why didn't any divine immortals come down to subdue you? If not, a few thousand bolts of lightning would be enough to strike you to death. Wang Xianji laughed it off. Divine immortals. Forget about Dharma form. They could even kill ordinary earth immortals. Wang Xianji did not even care about them. Even if their real bodies came to the human world, they would still have to follow Wang Xianji's rules. Sui Xiagu wiped his brows with his fingertips and asked, "Then who are you going to fight the last battle in the human world with?" Wang Xianji asked back, "Who did you borrow your sword from?" Sui Xiagu raged, "Bullsh*t. Do you think I don't know how strong that Su kid is? He was able to kill Han Xingxian because of my 1,000-mile sword manipulation. If he focused on the Jianghu, he might be able to reach my level. But he has to be the king of Beiliang. How can he be like you, Wang Xianji, who is so focused on martial arts? Not to mention 10 years, even if you give him 100 years, he will not be qualified to be your opponent in the last battle. Wang Xianji said calmly. I was pushed back 1,000 feet by his 2 punches. Sui Xiagu's eyes widened. The girl in green also widened her eyes. The old and the young were exactly the same. Wang Xianji said slowly, if he dares to step into the divine immortal realm, I will kill him immediately. Chapter 966. The Tuma Pass was especially cold this year. Although it wasn't to the point where young people were frozen to death, there were still some lonely old people in the villages near the pass who managed to survive the winter with great difficulty. However, they didn't manage to survive the cold that was said to be the gates of hell by the common people. However, this kind of silent death wouldn't cause any waves. Anyway, if they didn't die in the turmoil of war, they would die of old age on their beds at home. Who would be willing to care about them? Only some retired old soldiers could be casually arranged by the government. They could be considered to have died of old age. Compared to Liang, they were already very lucky. The two rode to the Tuma Pass and rested for a while before leaving the pass. Taking advantage of the lingering charm of the Lantern Festival, the pass market was still quite lively. The children were all staring intently at the old crow playing chess and other games. The travel-worn Su Fengnian was chewing on a big flatbread as he led the horse forward. His sharp eyes saw a familiar-looking chubby boy among the children. He walked over and lightly kicked the chubby boy's butt. The boy was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even turn his head to look at the thing that kicked his butt. The chubby boy angrily turned his head and was about to curse when he saw that it was a handsome young master leading a horse and carrying a sword. He was stunned for a moment before finally recognizing that it was the knight who gave him a meat bun. He quickly stood up and saluted according to the etiquette taught by the private school teacher. The Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Where's Yusong? Didn't he play with you?" The chubby boy looked around and said with a smile, "He was here just now. Song Zi came to the market with his mother to buy some satin. Now his mother must have pulled him away by the ear. Young master, do you want me to help you call for Song Zi?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "No need. I have to leave the pass immediately. You can go back and tell Yusong when you see him." Then, he saw the chubby boy swallow his saliva and stare at the half-eaten meat bun in his hand. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you don't mind being bitten by me, take it." The little fatty smiled shyly and shook his head vigorously. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 sabers of different lengths hanging on the young master's waist. He became even more envious. Su Fengnian handed the child a meat loaf. While the child was chewing on the meat loaf, he mumbled, "Young master, I heard from my father that it is very difficult to come out of the closed door now. It seems that there are many, many soldiers outside the Fallen Horse Pass. Around the end of the year, not many people have entered the pass." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I have some connections with the officials who are in charge of closing the door, so I am not afraid." The chubby boy smiled innocently and said, "I knew it. Young master, you must be a big shot. Pine Zi often talked about you in the private school, but no one believed him. Only I helped Pine Zi and said together with Pine Zi that you are a hero who roamed the Jianghu." Su Fengnian rubbed the chubby boy's head and turned to leave. Behind him, the chubby boy immediately bragged to his playmates about how familiar he was with the young master who had a horse and a saber. Most of the children who had studied together in the private school did not believe that he was with Zhao Yusong. Now that they had seen the chubby boy get half a meat loaf as a reward, this friendship could not be faked. The chubby boy's Jianghu status suddenly rose by several levels. The military parade of the Bailiang Frontier Army had been held for nearly 20 years. It had always followed the old rule of holding a small military parade every year and a big military parade every 3 years. However, last year's big military parade was delayed to this year for no reason. It was also set at the beginning of spring, which had never happened before. 2 rules were broken in succession. In addition, the scale of this military parade was particularly large, which made many border soldiers feel an unusual atmosphere. The small border pass, Tuma Pass, was small, but there were many bodhisattvas. If Deputy Commander Zhou Xian and Han Tao, who had the meritorious rank of Hanging Bao Commandant by his side, wanted to smoothly enter and exit the pass, especially if the goods were valuable, they had to be careful of these 2 sworn enemies. At this moment, the local tyrants of Tuma Pass, Zhou Xian and Han Tao, were standing respectfully on top of the wall. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Not to mention the 2 local tyrants who had just entered the ranks, even a dragon would obediently lie down. This was because beside them stood 2 big bodhisattvas who could decide a person's life and death with a single word. The deputy commander of Yuzhou, Shi Qiangao, and the special commander of Yuzhou, Li Guiweng, were both third-rank officials. At this moment, Han Tao and Zhou Xian, these 2 old enemies, no longer had any intention of making things difficult for each other. They could only pinch their noses and cooperate, thinking about how to deal with this mission. They did not have the ability to know the inside story. They only received news that an important person was coming out of Tuma Pass. Deputy Commander Zhou Ziru, the son of Deputy Commander Zhe, had the status of a border soldier, so he was also able to stand on top of the wall and wait. However, he was very far away from the 2 powerful officials of Yuzhou. This border general, who had once almost wiped out the fish dragon gang in an instant, cautiously glanced at Shi Qiangao's bright armor, as well as Li Guiweng's official uniform patch embroidered with a peacock design. His eyes were filled with awe and passion. Shi Qiangao was a veteran general. He was old but vigorous. This time, he was the most promising candidate to become a general of Yuzhou. In the end, Huang Fuqing, who was only a military officer at that time, beat him to it. The people of Tuma Pass were trembling with fear, mostly because of this reason. They were afraid that Shi Qiangao, with his fiery temper, would vent his anger on them. On the other hand, Li Guiweng had always been as amiable to everyone as the rumors said. When climbing the wall, he intentionally walked behind Shi Qiangao and took the time to exchange a few warm words with Zhou Xian and Zhou Ziru. For some reason, Zhou Ziru carefully noticed that even General Shi Qiangao, who had a completely different personality, was somewhat nervous. This time, they chose to read Bailiang at the mouth of the gourd. Chu Lushan, the governor of Bailiang, had already arrived outside the pass. Yan Wenwan, the commander-in-chief of the infantry, and Yuan Zuozong, the commander of the cavalry, had already arrived outside the pass early. The new nobleman of Bailiang, great ancestor Gu, as well as the general of Liangzhou and his 2 deputy generals, who were not part of the border army, had also rushed north on the 3rd and 4th day of the first lunar month. Even the administrator of Bailiang, Li Gongda, was no exception. It could be said that almost all of the big shots in Bailiang had arrived at the mouth of the gourd around the Lantern Festival. Zhou Ziru could not guess who could make Shi Qiangao and Li Guiweng treat them so cautiously. Although the general of Yuzhou, Huang Fuqing, who did not have a solid foundation, was half a rank higher than them, he should not have such prestige. At Tuma Pass, Shi Qiangao and Li Guiweng were naturally waiting for His Royal Highness. Actually, Su Fengnian could have entered the Tumbling Horse Pass earlier, but he was stopped by a wandering Daoist, who shamelessly wanted to tell his fortune and palm. He swore that not only did he not want to pay if his fortune was not accurate, he even had to pay for it. Su Fengnian calmly glanced at Su Yanbing. For the first time, the latter did not immediately give an answer. Su Fengnian was somewhat amused. To be able to make Su Yanbing unable to tell the depth of the Taoist, either this sloppy Taoist really did not have any internal energy, or he was a heavenly phenomenon expert who was good at disguising himself, or he was directly an earth immortal. What a big prize! Su Fingnian smiled as he followed the shifty-eyed old Taoist to sit in front of a roadside stall. He went straight to the point and teased, "Old Jinren, with your appearance, it's very difficult for people to believe that you're an expert." The old Taoist sighed and said, "It's just like my name, it's all given by my parents. What can I do? I'm really hungry and cold, so I have no choice but to set up this stall to make a dangerous living as a fortune teller. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, but if I don't earn money, I'll starve to death. I'm using my life to exchange for a life, no matter how you look at it, it's still a bitter life." Su Fingnian was about to speak, but the old Taoist seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He sighed and said, "Only when the secrets of heaven leak out one can it revolve endlessly. This one, in my opinion, is myself. Therefore, young master, please don't ask me why I'm good at fortune-telling, but I can't tell my own fate." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "Old Jinren, let's not talk about other things, but your observation skills are quite good." The old Taoist who called himself Four Directions stared and said, "How is this observation? I've clearly seen through your thoughts. The right time, the right place, and the right people, I can calculate the heavens, the earth, and the human heart. I'm different from those immortals who came from the ancestral court of Taoism. I don't calculate the heavens, I only calculate the human heart." Chapter 967. Su Fingnian was surprised and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to take the opportunity to ask Taoist Master. If Buddha cannot be said and Tao cannot be said, then how can ordinary people become Buddha and attain Tao?" The old Taoist and Su Fingnian sat across from each other across the stall. He twirled his beard and said, "I won't talk about the truth of words, but I'll just talk about some of the truths I've comprehended. How about it? Young master, you don't care about trifles, but you can be more magnanimous when it comes to big matters. I think you can calm down and listen to me." Su Fingnian nodded and said, "Okay." He turned to Su Yanbing and said, "Go buy a tray of steamed buns." The old Taoist nodded with satisfaction. It was unknown whether he was satisfied with the tray of steamed buns or that the young master in front of him had finally entered the trap. When Su Yanbing silently turned around, the old Taoist straightened his clothes and said slowly, "Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. The more you walk, the harder it is. Mount Longhu only wants to reach the top, as if it would be a disgrace to their ancestors if they don't have an ascended Taoist every 60 years. This is not right or wrong, but Mount Wudang doesn't cultivate this kind of Tao. I don't know when it started, but people only focus on the word longevity. What's the difference between this and being an official and looking forward to the word first rank? For us, cultivation is like reading books. Just like those novels about scholars and beauties that young masters read, in the end, it's still about getting to know each other at first sight. Reading those novels about scholars and beauties, in the end, it's still about getting to know each other at first sight. If you're lucky, you'll be in love with each other until your hair turns white. If you're unlucky, you'll hate each other and leave each other. If you're more explicit, a person's life is even more miserable, it's just about life and death. It's too boring to think about it this way. What do you think, young master?" Su Fingnian smiled and nodded, "I think so too." The old Taoist continued, "In my opinion, when a person is reincarnated, the essence of walking is the word walk. Walking through mountains, rivers, Jianghu, east, west, north, and south, it doesn't matter where you go. Along the way, you'll meet interesting people and boring things. Whether it's suffering or enjoying happiness, it's all just once in 100 years. When you meet a good scenery, you can stop and take a look. When you have strength, you can continue. If you don't want to move, then don't move. Gentle and soft, hero's grave. Ha, those are just people who can't eat grapes and are complaining that they are sour. Why do you say that they only admire mandarin ducks and not immortals? I've been in this world, for a long time, a day, 1,000 years, 1,000 years in the world, 1,000 years, a day, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, year, a 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 year. But to be a year, I, to, in I, a, eight. In my life, I've been to more than 600 Taoist temples, big and small. I've also been to more than 300 temples to seek advice from the monks about Buddhism. Seeing that Su Fingnian was silent, the old Taoist coughed and reminded him in a low voice, "Young master, you should say something to make sense." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "I'm busy calculating how old you are now, old Taoist master, to be able to finish visiting the 600 Taoist temples and 300 temples." The old Taoist shook his head and sighed, "I've long forgotten. I only remember that I married 3 women." Su Fingnian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Su Yambing brought back a tray of steamed buns and placed it on the stall. The old Taoist picked up a steaming steamed bun and blew on it fiercely before swallowing it whole. His face was filled with intoxication as he lifted his sleeve to wipe the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "My muscles and bones are frozen in spring and my meat is frozen in autumn. Even if I'm young and vigorous, I'm not afraid of the cold in spring." Su Fingnian smiled and asked, "Old Taoist master, can you calculate who I'm going to meet?" The old Taoist master was about to grab the second steamed bun when he said casually, "Old woman painted gray." Su Yanbing's breath froze. The old Taoist master was still indifferent. He smiled softly and said, "In the Jianghu, it's never a burden to have more skills. That's why I know a little about everything. I only know this because of my age. It's not much of a skill." Su Fingnian said calmly, "I know who you are, old Taoist master. It's just that Taoist master doesn't seem to follow the rules if he doesn't show his face." "Why? Do you want to avenge your Beimang Empress by using my head to repay the debt of Su Huainan and Diwu Raccoon's heads?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "Do you really know who I am?" Su Fingnian frowned and said, "I'm really confused. I heard that Li Shaoxin of the 2 Zen temples had already pulled down the hovering mountain to crush the Qilin immortal who was carrying a sword." The old Taoist master laughed and flicked his fingers on his left shoulder. A young Taoist with a charming appearance floated out of his right hand. He was about 27 or 28 years old and carried a long sword on his back. He bowed to Su Fingnian with his hands folded. The old Taoist flicked his fingers and another old Taoist floated out from his left. He had a sage-like demeanor and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He twirled his beard and smiled. This Qilin immortal had clearly been killed by Tuoba Bodhisattva at the Yellow River after crossing the river. The old Taoist master who had been sitting on the stool clapped his hands and a young Taoist priest ran out in front of him. It was the child who appeared beside the king of the North Courtyard, Su Huainan. The old Taoist master held a bun in one hand and stroked the little Taoist boy's head with the other. "Su Fingnian, this is the second time we've met." The scene here was strange, but the passers-by on the street were unaware of it. The old Taoist master swallowed the bun and clapped his hands. He smiled and said, "The 3 state advisors of Beimang were killed by Li Shaoxin, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Yi Ilio respectively. They were only dead but not dead. It's not enough for outsiders to know." After killing the 3 corpses and pulling out the 9 worms, the saint did not explain it in detail. The people were confused and confused. I wandered around and thought that it was the reason of my past life, present life, and future life. These 3 Qilin immortals of the Tao sect were me and not me. I was them without a doubt. They were very busy but I was very free. I was so free that I wandered around Beimang for 360 years. I was so free that I saw the 3 married women slowly grow from young to old women. I was so free that I even met the 4th ancestor Lu. Su Fengnian seemed to not know what to say and could only reach out to take a bun to calm down. He did not expect that the young state advisor who was playing around his knees would slap it away. He felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. Su Fengnian was stunned and quickly waved his hand to signal Su Yanbing, who was already filled with murderous intent, to not make a move. The old Taoist master knocked on the little immortal Qilin's head and bent down to pick up the bun and pass it to His Royal Highness. Reading books and chasing the deer. How much you gain from reading books is how much you lose from chasing the deer. Taoism is to Qingshan. There is nothing outside Taoism, but Qingshan has something. I'm called Taoist Master Sifang. My real name is Yuan Qingshan. I've been cultivating for 360 years and am about to ascend. I do have a favor to ask of you today. Su Fengnian reached out his left hand to take the bun and did not tremble at all. Yuan Qingshan said seriously, I'm asking for a copper coin from His Royal Highness for a nameless disciple of Taoism sect. Su Fengnian held the bun and did not move at all. The old Taoist master smiled and said, Your Highness can reply after tasting the bun. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and followed the old Taoist master to swallow the bun in one mouth. He slapped the copper coin on the stall. The old Taoist master picked up the copper coin and flicked his finger. The copper coin flew thousands of miles away. Standing up, the 3 Qilin state advisors merged into the body of the Taoist master with the surname Yuan. Before the sloppy old Taoist left, he left 4 words of advice. Your Highness, go to Mount Wudong more often. It's beneficial and harmless. Su Longxiang was destined to die. Before I ascend, I'll leave him a chance to live, but it's only a chance. Zhenwu was originally a celestial. Why did he come to the mortal world? You'll die if you underestimate Wang Xianji, who won't lose to Zhenwu in the future. After Li Yufu used up his merit and fortune to help others ascend, he killed all the immortals fishing in the clouds. Therefore, no one in the world can ascend. People in the mortal world do things in the mortal world. I, Yuan Qingshan, am not as good as Wudong's Li Yufu. Chapter 968. Everyone left, leaving behind only Su Fengnian and the bamboo drawer without soup dumplings. That Taoist priest Sifang from before was like the 3 Qilin spiritual masters who came out from the one Qi turning into 3 pure ones. No matter who appeared in front of him, they could all be regarded as Northern Mang's national advisor. Su Fengnian knew what it meant to hand over the copper coin. He was in a daze and his mind was filled with the 4 sentences. Wudong Mountain was Su Fengnian's blessed land. If it wasn't for the old chief Wang Zhongluo's big yellow court, he wouldn't have been able to leave the 2 Jianghu. Now with Li Yufu in charge of Big Lotus Peak, Wudong was showing signs of resurgence. However, after the wanderer, he told Li Yufu about the child he saw by the river. Li Yufu hadn't returned yet, so he didn't know if he had found the child. On the top of Bull Landing's snow plateau, Xianyuan Jingqing warned him not to let Huang Man enter the celestial phenomenon state. With Su Fengnian's temperament, let alone the celestial phenomenon state, he didn't even dare to let Huang Man enter the mysterious finger state. Therefore, he directly told Su Longxiang that he was not allowed to enter the mysterious finger state, which was only 1 step away from the celestial phenomenon state. As for the so-called slim chance of survival mentioned by immortal Qilin, Su Fengnian didn't know what it was. As for himself and Wang Xianji, Su Fengnian didn't think too much about it. Yuan Qingshan's last prophecy said that Li Yufu would kill all the immortals who sat on clouds and fished after helping people to ascend, closing the gate of heaven for the cultivators in the world. From then on, immortals were immortals and the world was the world. Whether they hated each other or loved each other, they would be out of reach. Su Fengnian was even less interested in this. As long as the reincarnation of the bull rider could ascend before then, there would be no problem. family affairs, state affairs, and the world affairs. Since he was Su Zhao's eldest son and had the surname Su, these three matters were already mixed up. For other vassal princes, the hereditary succession was the end. At worst, their father's vassal prince would be demoted to a county prince. However, to the north of Beiliang, there were millions of Beimang's soldiers eyeing them covetously. Su Yanbing said softly, "At such a close distance, if Yuan Qingshan wants to kill your highness, I may not be able to stop him." Su Fingnian said with a smile, "That's why I asked Uncle Su to buy this tray of buns to let Daoist Qilin know my sincerity." Su Yanbing felt a little regretful. If it weren't for the fact that Her Highness needed to protect him, it would be a waste if he didn't try his hand at the national preceptor of Beimang, who was undoubtedly a land immortal. Su Fingnian stood up abruptly. Purple and gold alternated on his face, glistening with multicolored light. He said bitterly, "I've wasted a lot of time. I'll have to trouble Uncle Su to send me to Tumbling Horse Pass." Su Yanbing also noticed the abnormality of His Royal Highness. He smiled and grabbed Su Fingnian's collar. With a shout, he threw him towards the top of Tuma Pass. On top of Tuma Pass, Lingzhou's Deputy General Shi Kangou and Li Guiweng looked at each other quietly. They could see the uneasiness in each other's eyes. As a result, the bold and unrestrained Shi Kangou became more and more anxious. This was because Li Guiweng was a famous clay bodhisattva in Lingzhou. He rarely showed any signs of panic. Both of them were the general's confidants. Back then, Shi Kangou almost died in the battle at Jinghe River. It was Su Xiao who pulled him out from the pile of corpses. After guarding him for 2 days and 1 night, Shi Kangou actually returned to the world of the living. He always said that he owed the general his life. Later on, as the second son of the commander of the Partridge Battalion, Shi Liping died on the battlefield, but Shi Kangou never regretted it. Li Guiweng came from a local tyrant family in Beiliang. He belonged to a branch of the tyrant Luo Yongli. For hundreds of years, regardless of whether it was in peace or war, there would always be family members who would go to the ancient city of Luoyang to pay respects to their ancestors. After Su Xiao became the vassal of Beiliang, the Li family was the first to seek refuge with the Su family. Li Guiweng was good at making speeches and was highly recommended by the Tide Listening Pavilion's Li Yishan. However, the Li family did a stupid thing and broke off their relationship with the Beiliang's chief strategist. Shi Kangou and Li Guiweng's anxiety gradually spread to Zhou Xian and Han Tao's side. If an accident really did happen, and it implicated the Northern Liang Grand Reading, they, as deputy captain Zhichong and a chaplain with a miscellaneous rank, would not be able to shoulder this enormous responsibility. Shi Kangou was like an ant on a hot pan. He turned and walked in circles on the city wall, his right fist pounding the center of his left hand. Li Guiweng was slightly better, but he also stood on his tiptoes and looked into the distance. The number 1 son of the Tuma Pass, Zhou Ziru, gave his father a look. Zhou Xian quietly came to his son's side. Zhou Ziru asked in a low voice if they needed to send out roaming cavalry to investigate the situation. As a result, he received an angry glare from his father. Zhou Ziru quickly came to his senses. This kind of secret military intelligence was not something that they could blindly meddle in. It was an official's career. If they did not do it, they would not be able to achieve anything. However, if they did too much and made too many mistakes, they would lose their official status. The city wall shook violently. Li Guiweng staggered and almost fell. He rubbed his eyes and seemed to have seen something crash into the city wall. Was it a boulder thrown by a siege vehicle? Shi Kangou quickly walked to the edge of the city wall and stuck his head out to take a look. His eyes widened. A person had been embedded into the city wall. Moreover, this person seemed to be alive. Su Fingnian, who had fallen into the hole, let out a long breath of purple gold mist. He felt much more comfortable. He left the hole in the wall, grabbed onto the wall with one hand, and gently floated to the top of the city wall. Zhou Xian and Han Tao acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly pulled out their sabers and were about to capture this unknown assassin. The elite armored soldiers below the city wall also rushed to the top of the city wall. Unexpectedly, Shi Kangou and Li Guiweng, who were of the highest rank, immediately knelt down and greeted His Royal Highness. This was especially true of His Excellency's skill in rolling up his sleeves. It showed his foundation. Not only did it not affect his natural and smooth appearance, it also gave people a sense of cautiousness and respect. If a civil official wanted to reach this level, it was impossible to reach this level without being at least a fifth-rank official. Zhou Xian and Han Tao naturally could not flatter him. However, when they heard the words, His Royal Highness, they were so scared that their legs went soft. They took the opportunity to kneel down and report their official positions. They shouted with all their might, using all of their energy. The two of them were deliberately competing to see who could shout louder. Li Guiweng's ears were like exploding thunder. This His Excellency from Yuzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Fengnian smiled and had everyone rise. He saw Zhou Zero. Back then, he had worn a mask to enter and exit Tuma Pass. This eldest young master Zhou naturally did not recognize him. The two children, Xiao Yusong and Little Fatty, were only able to recognize him because they relied on his saber and voice in a daze. Su Fengnian exchanged a few polite words with Shi Kangou and Li Guiweng. When he walked down from the top of the city wall, Su Fengnian deliberately summoned his courage to have his son follow him. He wanted to get as close to His Royal Highness as possible to get familiar with him. He also did not expect to be able to talk to His Highness. He would be satisfied with just a casual impression. Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness turned his head and opened his golden mouth. Zhou Ziru, when I entered and exited Beimang last year, I passed by Tuma Pass. I know that you lead troops well. When I return, I will tell Huang Fujin to let you be his personal guard. What do you think? Chapter 969. Zhou Ziru was a high and mighty general in the Fish Dragon Gang, but evil people have their own ways to deal with evil people. In front of His Royal Highness, the evil dragon of Beiliang, he was not even a shrimp soldier or crab general. He was so shocked that he was no longer as tactful as before. Fortunately, Vice Captain Zhichong, Zhou Xian, had been through ups and downs in the officialdom for a long time, so he still had some composure. He hurriedly pulled his son to kneel down and thank him. Everyone in the world knew that there was a party in Beiliang who would often have outstanding achievements in the future. The general's adopted son, Qi Danghua, and the richest man in Qingzhou, Lin Quan, were both flag-bearers of the Beiliang cavalry. Being the personal guard of a big shot had the same effect. Huang Fujin was now very influential in Yuzhou. As long as Zhou Ziru became the confidant of the general of Yuzhou, Zhou Xian would not worry about his son not being able to bring glory to the family. Su Fengnian asked Zhou Ziru to follow him. Zhou Ziru walked as if he was walking on thin ice. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "Is there a gang in Lingzhou called the Fish Dragon Gang that often passes through Tuma Pass?" Zhou Ziru's heart tightened. With his outstanding memory and extra attention that he could not tell others, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, if I remember correctly, the Fish Dragon Gang has passed through Tuma Pass 6 times. The last time they came out of Tuma Pass was when it was snowing, and they entered Tuma Pass 2 days after the winter." Su Fengnian nodded and did not comment. This made Zhou Ziru worried. Could it be that the Fish Dragon Gang was involved with the spies of Beimang? Last time, the Fish Dragon Gang overturned their boat in the gutter. After that, for the sake of the Fish Dragon Gang, the Tuma Pass turned a blind eye to many expensive goods entering and leaving Tuma Pass under Zhou Ziru's instructions. In this world, information was blocked. Even if some urgent military information was sent through the courier route, it was possible that it would sink like a stone into the sea, let alone other small news. Su Fengnian completely fell out with Zhong Hongguo, the great general of Huaihua, in Longqing Prefecture of Lingzhou Province. It was a big deal and everyone knew about it. However, few people in Yuzhou knew about it since it was in the Fish Dragon gang. The main reason was that Lu Nirong, who took over as the gang leader, never mentioned His Royal Highness. No one in Longqing County dared to gossip about this matter. In the past, it did not matter if they mocked His Royal Highness, but now even old General Zhong Hongguo and with him. Fortunately, His Highness did not let the father and son of the Zhou family tremble in fear for too long. Before coming out, he said to the two local gangsters of the Tumbling Horse Pass, "I have a friend in the Fish Dragon gang. Deputy Commander Zhou and Mr. Han, please take care of him in the future." In the future, His Highness would be so valuable that he would only be inferior to the one sitting on the dragon throne in the capital. Since His Highness had spoken, Zhou Xian and Han Tao naturally agreed. Deputy General Shi Qiangao of Yuzhou would accompany him to the pass, but Li Guiwing did not need to. When he heard that His Highness would give him a precious flower painting from the southern Tang monarch, Li Guiwing smiled from ear to ear. It was true that the flower painting was very valuable, but if it was given to him by His Highness, Li Guiwing would have great confidence in the officialdom of Yuzhou. When His Highness mentioned the painting, His Highness mentioned the governor of Yanji County, Hong Shandong, and said that he heard this person had a good official reputation. Watching the three riders leaving, Li Guiwing stroked his beard and muttered to himself, "His Excellency doesn't think highly of Hong Shandong or find him an eyesore." As Hong Shandong is the favorite student of the provincial governor of Liangzhou province and is a prefectural governor himself, Li Guiwing couldn't control him even if he wanted to. However, now that he's favored by His Excellency, Li Guiwing didn't mind doing some icing on the cake. Hong Shandong always intended to be a scholar of classics in Yuzhou province so as to be transferred to the hub of the officialdom of Yuzhou province. However, he had been blocked by the provincial governor of Yuzhou province over these years. Although Li Guiwing was an auxiliary official of the provincial governor, he was not a vassal of the provincial governor. As Li Guiwing had a good relationship with some important officials of Yuzhou province who had the same rank as him, it was possible for him to promote Hong Shandong together with him. Offending the Yuzhou provincial governor and currying favor with His Royal Highness, which was more important? Li Guiwing, who was a hardcore crop of the Su family, did not need to think too much about it. Inside the pass, a young lady was being dragged by a child towards the Tumbling Horse Pass with quick steps. The child with delicate features was still muttering to himself, "Mother, if we don't go faster, Su Gongzi will come out of seclusion." The young woman, who could be considered outstanding among the women in Rouge County, pursed her lips and hummed. She told herself that she just wanted to tell young Master Su that she owed him 200 taels of silver. Most likely, she could pay him back faster as long as she agreed to work for the Jinji Weaving Bureau and became a weaver. However, the villagers all say that Lingzhou is rich, but there are many hedonistic sons. There are as many of them as there are hairs on a cow. Especially our northern Liang's crown prince, who is the most lecherous. He is currently in Lingzhou as some Lingzhou general. If one of them takes a fancy to her, what should she, a girl who has left her home and has no one to rely on, do? Die? What about Yusong? She also did not know why the Jinji Weaving Bureau, which she had never heard of before, took a fancy to her craftsmanship and said that they wanted her to weave clothes. If it were not for the old and kind-looking official of the Weaving Bureau, the young woman, Su Qing, who had been widowed for many years, would have rejected them. How could riches and honor compare to the stability of mother and son for a rural woman like her? In the end, the mother and child did not see young Master Su's figure at the deserted city gate. Zhao Yusong had a face of regret and squatted on the ground, sulking. It was unknown whether he blamed his mother for walking too slowly or if he blamed himself for not being strong enough. If he had known earlier, he would have run over himself. The young woman bent down to pat the child's head and said apologetically in a soft voice, "Yusong, its mother's fault. The child was sulking, but he could not bear to make his mother feel guilty. He raised a brilliant smile. She said softly, "Mother has thought it through. In a few days, I will go to the weaving bureau in Lingzhou and return the silver to that young Master Su as soon as possible. Mother will hire people to take care of the crops. You can focus on studying in the school." Zhao Yusong had a bitter expression and did not know what to say. He wanted to say that he did not want his mother to leave, but he knew better than anyone that once his mother had made up her mind, it was useless to persuade her. In these years, so many mothers-in-law and aunts had come to persuade his mother to remarry, but his mother had not nodded. In reality, he really wanted to gather the courage to tell his mother that if she met someone she liked, then she should just marry. He actually did not mind, as long as his mother was happy. Zhao Yusong stood and looked at the top of the city wall. He muttered to himself, "Mother, why do you think young Master Su is going outside the pass?" Su Qing shook her head and did not speak. They simply rode out of the pass on 3 horses, without any armored cavalry guards. However, Shi Qiangao was not worried at all. He had the general's retainer Su Yanbing by his side. Also, on this trip to the gourd, there would be countless scouts along the way. He believed that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, it was said that His Highness was an expert who had killed the king of the northern courtyard and the leader of the Ruran cavalry. Who would dare cause trouble here? For some reason, Su Fengnian stopped his horse. He reined in his horse and turned to look south. Tuma Pass was only a black dot in his field of vision. Su Fengnian raised his head, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The early spring sun was warm. There was no wind or snow, and the world was peaceful and peaceful. Before he went to Beimang, he had been drinking with Su Xiao at the top of Mount Qingliang. Under the influence of alcohol, he had impudently said to Su Xiao, "If you're old, then you're old. Don't sneak around and die." At the time, Su Xiao had readily agreed, saying that he had not yet held a grandson and could not bear to die. He had even bragged that he did not want to die and that even the king of hell did not have the guts to take Su Xiao's life. However, Su Fengnian could see more than anyone else that Su Xiao was growing older with each passing day. He was so old that even when the father and son climbed the mountain together, they needed to stop and rest. Before becoming a father, most young people would find it very difficult to imagine that their father could be old, or that old. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and continued riding north. After all, nearly 100,000 Bailiang cavalry who had participated in the Great Reading were waiting for him. There was a saying that Su Fengnian had never said to anyone, and Su Xiao was no exception. If Bailiang was trampled by Beimang's hooves one day, then Su Fengnian would definitely have died on the border. If he were to die, he would die north of Su Xiao's grave. Chapter 970. A simple and crude carriage leisurely went south. It first visited the 3 military towns of Gentleman's Mansion, Maolong, and Li Valley outside the military town of Huachu. Last year, the border of the southern dynasties was filled with gunpowder. The Bailiang cavalry crushed everything along the way like a hot knife through butter. However, to everyone's surprise, they did not occupy the military towns in order to push the border to the north to resist the Beimang cavalry. Instead, they looted all the goods and craftsmen and left. They did not even bother to destroy the cobweb-like post roads on the border. Obviously, they were not afraid that the Beimang would smoothly launch an attack on the border. The carriage went past the 3 towns. It was a scene of desolation and panic. The owner of the carriage occasionally lifted the curtain expressionlessly. Then, the carriage turned east and rushed to the lower city of Liuwa at the border of Longyao Province and Yuzhou Province. The city's governor, Tao Qinji, died suddenly during the Qingming festival last year when he was visiting the tomb. The carriage did not enter the city. It went straight south and approached the border of Liangmang. The owner of the carriage seemed to be in a good mood. She sat behind the coachman and leaned against the thick cotton curtain. She held a pot of homemade glutinous rice wine and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, she sang a familiar high-pitched song. The desert was vast, and the carriage seemed to be lonely. The old woman's song was not gentle at all. Instead, it was soul-stirring. The coachman was an ordinary-looking short and stout man. However, he had long arms like an ape holding a whip, which made his figure look ridiculous. The middle-aged man was serious in speech and manner. During this time, the old woman touched his back with the wine pot. The man did not turn around. He just shook his head, indicating that he did not drink. The old woman was not annoyed by his lack of tact. After singing the song, she raised her head and drank a mouthful of rich glutinous rice wine, showing her heroic spirit. However, when a Jianghu heroine acted like this, others would applaud her, but when a white-haired old woman acted like this, no one would find it pleasing to the eye. The old woman probably knew the coachman's indifferent nature and did not expect him to respond. She looked at the distant sky and said to herself, "You men have money and power, and all like to keep women in a golden house. As for me, I have a hobby of raising literary heroes. My ability to raise soldiers is stronger than the old emperor of the Zhao family." In literature, first there was the king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan. Then there was the imperial tutor, Taiping Ling. Then there were the old and famous scholars of the southern imperial court. In military, there were the 12 generals, including Yang Yuanzhan and Lu Gui. All of them had outstanding military achievements, and they were all in my hands. In the 6 battles where the two sides used the power of the entire country, we lost 2 and won 4. If we were not caught off guard by lame Su of Beiliang last year, no one in the Liang court would not fear the iron hooves of Beimang. But this is also good. After the disturbance caused by the Beiliang cavalry, Liang began to underestimate our Beimang. Great Peace City quickly took away that kid, Gu Jiantang, as the Minister of War. The blue-eyed girls moved to tilt taxes to the north finally began to face heavy obstacles. The people in the center of the capital were not united, which was a good thing. In my opinion, the reason why the new Minister of War, the villain too, did not pay any attention to this, and even intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the generals of Gu Lu and allowed the court officials to make things difficult for the blue-eyed girl was because he was secretly happy to see the war in the north erupt everywhere. It was not enough for him to decide the spring and autumn with one battle. If he fought again, he would decide the world. This kind of ambition, to put it bluntly, is the ambition of a wolf. The white-clothed soldier immortal's thoughts and appetite are far greater than his adoptive father's. No wonder he is a young man who has been scolded as a wolf. If he was in our Beimang, I would already have a headache with the ambitious fatty dong. If he was added, how would I deal with the 3 of you? Wouldn't I be worried to death? That's right, Hong Jingyan, who came from the same chess and sword music school as Taiping Ling, is also quite ambitious. It's just that between him and Dong Zhuo, only one of them is destined to rise up in the southern dynasty. I have already rewarded him with all the Ruren cavalry from the 3 towns of Roshuan, Laohuai, and Wuchuan. It's about the same as Dong Zhuo's current military strength. If he still loses, he can only blame himself for only having the good fortune of being a Jianghu master and not having the fate of a ruler of the world. However, to be honest, the fatty dong's conduct in life is quite likable. The blind Hong Jingyan is detestable at first glance. To Oba, you will definitely die much later than me. If the one surnamed Hong really dares to collude with the imperial clan and try to become the emperor behind the scenes, then regardless of whether you retire or not, you will still kill him. The man said calmly, Dong Zhuo is also capable of such treason. The old woman laughed and said, that's not a problem. Who asked me to like this damn fatty from the bottom of my heart? After I ascended the throne, he was the only one who dared to call me Big Sister Emperor. His shamelessness is so cute. Besides, Dong Zhuo is full of schemes, but at the very least, he has a bottom line. His bottom line is low, but he still has a bottom line. Such a person is actually not scary. What I am most afraid of are those whose bottom lines are unpredictable. General Zhong Shintong and Murong Baoding are such treacherous people. You will never know what kind of surprise they will bring you or what kind of disgusting things they will do. Hand Bei Mang over to Fatty Dong. The Murong and Yilu surnames are not afraid of being cut off. Chapter 971. The man who was called only by his surname fell silent again. The old woman finished drinking the glutinous rice wine in the pot that she had brewed herself. Holding it in her arms, she sighed, "When I was young, I was homeless and went to Liang and Liao. I saw old cripple Su before he was crippled. At that time, I didn't fall in love at first sight. I just thought this man was interesting. Later, Su Xiao left Liaodong and climbed to the top step by step. I didn't believe that he was capable of such a feat later. When I had free time to deal with the state affairs, I often wondered how he could stand out among his peers. After a long time, I had clearly let go of it, but many years later, I picked it up again. I was somewhat unwilling. But this kind of love can only be thought about. If I had to choose again, I would still choose to return to Bei Mang. If I really had to spend my life on daily necessities for a man, I would be so bored that I wanted to kill someone. After the Battle of Western Fortress, I even wrote a letter to Su Xiao, advising him to follow the general trend and establish himself as the emperor, so that I could coordinate with him from a distance in northern Mang. I promised that in the future, when I went south, he would go north, just like when we first met in Jinzhou, when he divided that large flatbread, each of us half. Together, we divided Liang, ruling from the north and south. But he was unwilling. Of course, when that day came, I would also regret it. How could we really rule the world together? Women and vile characters are hard to raise. I, a woman and a vile character, count as one. So in this world, who can afford to raise me? It's the same even if he's Su Xiao. It's more like I raise him. The old woman sighed. Only by sacrificing the 3 armies can we subdue the rebellion and pacify the situation. You and those generals have done well. Only when the people have been reborn can they not be in chaos and have no intention of starting a rebellion. Those old people from the southern dynasty also did well. Unfortunately, the general trend is still not in Bei Mang's favor. We have no choice but to seize every minute. Even though Northern Mang had won 4 great battles, Liang had only been injured in the sinews and was far from being injured in the bones. With Bai Yan planning the overall situation and joining hands with Gu Jiantang to build the eastern border, Bei Mang's advantage becomes smaller and smaller as time passes. When Liang completely devours the spring and autumn period and has enough strength, it will be time to beat our neighbor to death. Therefore, before I die, no matter what the outcome is, I must take advantage of the return of the peace decree to fight. As for whether to ally with Liang or Bei Liang, I was still hesitating. Both sides had their pros and cons. Hulian Wuwei, Huang Songpu, and the other old fellows all insisted on attacking Liang first. For example, in the past, the old emperor of the Zhao family had listened to Yuan Benqi's advice. He didn't hesitate to bite down on West Chu first, and then went to devour South Tang and West Chu. When the conditions were right, success would be as easy as lifting a finger. However, Taiping Ling and a large group of young and strong generals, including Dong Zhuo, insisted on taking Beiliang first, and then annexing western Shu and southern Zhao in one go, forming a confrontation between the east and the west. Only then would it be safe. However, after Chen Jibao showed signs of vassal of Western Shu, of the 2 dynasties, only Taiping Ling and Fatty Dong remained firm in their views. Many people felt that since they had to face Su Zhao's 300,000 cavalry and Chen Jibao guarding Western Shu, it was better to go to Gu Jiantang alone on the eastern front to take advantage of the situation. As for me, when it comes to fighting for favor in the imperial harem, even Zhao Ji of Great Peace City has to learn from me. However, when it comes to matters that affect the life and death of a dynasty, it is laughable to say it out loud. In reality, it is often just based on a woman's intuition. That year in Jinzhou, Lame Su said that as long as he encountered a difficult and troublesome matter, he had an easy way. He tossed a copper coin and guessed right or wrong, and listened to the heavens and did as he wished. Do I have to toss a copper coin too? Tuoba, do you have one on you right now? The middle-aged man probably felt that it was absurd. This time, he didn't even shake his head. His body didn't move at all. The old woman, who didn't refer to herself as I in front of him, laughed self-deprecatingly. With your simple personality, why did you get angry by the Yellow River and kill our Qilanjinren? The man laughed coldly and said, pretending to be mysterious. If we weren't in a hurry to go to the icy plains of the northern region, the 3 pure ones and the imperial advisor Yuan Qingshan would have been killed so that His Majesty wouldn't have to worry. The old woman dismissed it with a laugh. She hugged the old fur coat that someone had dug out with great difficulty from the bottom of a chest. She said softly, Li Yang learned from our Beimang how the imperial court should interact with Jianghu. Back then, when Su Shao stepped into Jianghu, it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. The imperial court, Jianghu, and Su Shao, who was used to being the scapegoat, didn't have a good ending. If an emperor with power personally went to compete with martial artists, not only would his status drop, but he would also ruin his reputation. It would be better to let the Jianghu people fight to the death for him. That would be the best method. However, even if you support several influential Jianghu families, you still have to be careful not to let them become too big to get rid of. A powerful family that produces talented people in large numbers is no different from an arsenal in your own backyard. If the spearhead is pointed at your back, you will suffer even more. The cart driver frowned and said, what about the Taoist sect and the chess and sword music school, who are the leaders of Beimang's Jianghu? The old woman played it down and said, one strives desperately for immortality, the other strives desperately to get involved in the secular world. They both have weak ribs and can't stir up a storm. Even if I give you, Tuoba Bodhisattva, 20,000 troops and horses, you still can't deal with them. The man nodded. The old woman shook the wine pot. That woman and Murong Baoding's illegitimate son hidden in the spider's web. If it weren't for the great calamity in Li Yang this time and being beaten back to his original form, I would have almost been fooled by Li Mibi. However, this old man also has his difficulties, so I won't argue with him this time. No wonder previously I couldn't find him even if I scoured the ground 3 feet deep. Turns out he was hiding right under my nose. A section of willow, a good section of willow, really a section of willow. As soon as you plant a willow, you will become a shade. You have the ability to cut the grass but not pull out the roots. Regarding this secret scandal involving the imperial family, the man naturally wouldn't comment on it. In his entire life, he, Tuoba Bodhisattva, was only interested in learning martial arts and leading an army. Whether it was beauties or official positions, they were all dispensable worldly possessions. The Empress of Beimang looked at the color of the sky and laughed softly. In the past, the Zhao family wished that the Su family's child would die early so that he could be reincarnated. They waited until he didn't die prematurely. Furthermore, they were certain that this kid had the same one-track mind as lame Su and wouldn't betray Beimang. Now they were happy to squeeze out a smile, waiting to see Beiliang's 300,000 armored cavalry fight until not a single one was left alive. In any case, their Zhao family was profiting no matter what. If this kid was a little more cunning and revealed a little bit of disloyalty, he wouldn't dare to betray Beimang if Li Yang forced him into a corner. Then they wouldn't have to work so hard. But then again, if this kid was such a smart king of Beiliang, Beimang wouldn't be a threat, and Qin Jibao most likely wouldn't leave Beiliang. Whether or not the next king of Beiliang would be supporting the Western Front would affect whether or not Qin Jibao could conquer the world in one battle. Otherwise, the Zhao family was the best at getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. No matter how highly regarded he was by the current emperor of Liang, he could only be a retired king of Shu who had no more than 30 to 40,000 elite soldiers. Being relied upon by the emperor but not being trusted by the emperor wasn't a fortunate thing. It would only be a disaster. This emperor of the Zhao family is good at everything, but he's too narrow-minded. He's not even comparable to a woman like me. The stubborn lame Su deserves to have such a new master. Beimang's god of war, Tuoba Bodhisattva, spoke without restraint. He said calmly, "If I were Su Shao, I would have gone with the flow after the white-clothed case." The Empress of Beimang smiled faintly and said, "That's why you'll never become a man that Wu Su, Zhao Ji, and I can't forget." A man's occasional childishness, murderous aura, and Buddhist aura that seems to make people respect him are actually just icing on the cake. Only brotherly loyalty and human feelings are things that help people in their hour of need. A man who doesn't even care about the basic friendship doesn't even look at women like us. In this world, there's never a lack of smart people. Only fools who don't want to live an easy life are rare. Su Shao is a butcher, the king of Beiliang, but he's also a fool. Unfortunately, this old fool who's always smiling and looking at the world is going to die of old age after meeting you and me. Chapter 972. I asked for a 3-day leave. Originally, I should have resumed the update yesterday, but I was late by 1 day. Therefore, other than this 7,000-word chapter, there will be another chapter around midnight. This month and next month, I will have to work hard to repay the debt. Everybody is looking forward to it. You are also welcome to whip and urge me with all your strength. P.S. Happy New Year. The mouth of the gourd was vast and boundless. An extraordinarily majestic martial arts platform was temporarily built. 3 li to the east and west of the martial arts platform, respectively, there was a military review building for Beiliang's meritorious old generals and civil officials, 1 civil and 1 military, forming a temple and a great hall supporting each other. Among them, the civil building had 6 floors, 1 floor higher than the martial building. This made the scholars who were successively ascending the civil building to feel somewhat honored in their hearts. Inside the building, there was no lack of Beiliang civil officials with superior ranks. Other than the newly appointed governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji, the governor of Yuliang had already ascended to the top floor, leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance with the administrator Li Gongda. However, the one closest to Li Gongda was not the governor of Liangzhou, Hu Kuei. It was also not the governor of Yuzhou, Wang Peifang. Instead, it was 2 fresh faces, the Chancellor Wang of Shangyin Academy and the one who was originally supposed to take up a post at the Imperial Censorate in the capital, wearing a high hat and broad belt. When the sandstorm hit the building at the frontier fortress, their sleeves fluttered, setting off the 2 old men's fresh and immortal air. According to the law, Hu Kuei was half a rank higher than the governor of Lingzhou in Beiliang. Compared to the old men in the building, he could be said to be in the prime of his life. In his early years, he was the commander of the Beiliang army's Liaoju cavalry. Among them, the Great Horse Camp was known for its elite crossbowmen. His military exploits in the Beiliang army were illustrious. For some reason, Hu Kuei was supposed to take over the position of Liangzhou's general within 5 years. However, 8 years ago, he unexpectedly led 300 light cavalry to break into the hinterland of Beimang's Beimang-Jibwa military town without permission. Afterwards, he lost his official position. Only then did Chen Jibao, who took over the Liaoju cavalry, have the world's first-class scouts, who were able to suppress Liao Dongzhua's crow's nest. However, after Hu Kuei lost his official position, he was deserted by his friends and family. Unexpectedly, he gave up the military and entered the civil service. He started as a civil official in Liangzhou. In a short 7 years, he unexpectedly became the governor of Beiliang. In private, the officials of Beiliang laughed and said that it was unreasonable for a person who had been peed on several times to be revived. Wang Peifang, the governor of Yuzhou, was a pure scholar. He had always been at odds with Hu Kuei, who had been in the military for 20 years. Almost every year, he went to Mount Qingliang to have an audience with the king of Beiliang. Every year, he would complain about how Hu Kuei, a veteran ruffian, was unruly and how he allowed his subordinates to bully the officials of Yuzhou. Unlike the eccentric Hu Kuei, who stood alone on the far right of the top floor, since Wang Peifong could not get close to the administrator and the two old men with good reputations in the imperial court, he would exchange polite greetings with some famous scholars of the Jixia Academy. He would say some comforting words about going back to the country and talk about the most popular poems in the literary world. Hu Kuei was wearing a gorgeous official uniform of the first rank of the third rank. This governor of Liangzhou lived up to the name his parents gave him. He was tall and sturdy and was half a head taller than the men of the northern region. There were many civil officials and scholars on the top floor. Most of them were thin, which made Hu Kuei stand out from the crowd. After Hu Kuei got on the top floor, he did not greet anyone. He stood by the railing and looked into the distance. The yellow sand was rolling and the fierce troops of Beiliang were lined up in battle formation. Hu Kuei's eyes were in a trance. If it were not for the disaster that year, he would also be among them and even be qualified to stand there to review the troops and practice martial arts. Hu Kuei moved his eyes and looked at the martial arts platform. He held the railing with one hand. Among the civil officials of Beiliang, the governor of Liangzhou was second only to the king of Beiliang. He sighed softly. A young scholar who was personally introduced by Mr. Wang of Shangyin Academy to Li Gongda to make himself familiar was named Yul Wandao. Even when he talked to the administrator, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His character was slightly distant, which made the scholars of the two places at the back of the top floor criticize him for not knowing the severity of the situation. He was really too arrogant because of his talent. Yul Wandao wore a jade belt and a long saber. His face was like jade and his appearance was extraordinary. Under the trampling of countless horse hooves, the building gave people a feeling of shaking. Many scholars from other places saw the cold military appearance of the Beiliang cavalry and their faces turned pale. Yul Wandao's expression was still calm. While Huang Shang was discussing with the administrator whether they could allow the establishment of the academy and the Scholars Association, Yul Wandao silently walked to Hu Kuei's side and did not say anything. The two stood side by side and looked at the battlefield. The two were silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, it was Hu Kuei, who was in a high position, who spoke first. He said calmly, "You must be the eldest grandson of the Yu family of Yinyang. On the first day of studying at Shangyin Academy, you shocked the world with a single brilliant feat and solved the 6 questions of heaven and earth left by Huang Sanjia. The second master of the Song family once made a monthly comment and also commented that Yul Wandao's words carried zen and could satisfy one's appetite. If you enter the imperial court, you will have a meteoric rise. If you are in the wilderness, you will inherit the literary vein. Even our second commandery princess highly praised your poetry. The reason why I, Hu Kuei, paid attention to you is because you once wrote the 48 words of Liangzhou's Big Horse Song to pay tribute to the Big Horse Camp. I thank you on behalf of the 260 brothers who died." Hu Kuei put one hand behind his back and the other hand patted the railing. He said softly, "Green and yellow, killing wild sheep. Liangzhou's big horse died in a foreign land. Good, very good. Even a boorish martial artist like me can read it without difficulty." Just based on these 2 sentences, even if you, Yul Wandao, asked me to be a 4th-rank official and take office tomorrow, I would be willing to agree. The horse stepped on the green grass and yellow sand, spurring the horse to kill sheep to eat meat, looking back but still not seeing home. Many literati might be able to write about these simple things, but they just don't want to. Yul Wandao was the eldest grandson of the Yinyang Yu family. When he drew lots at the age of 1, he grabbed a copy of the spring and autumn annals with one hand and a peerless famous knife Big Luan with the other. When he was 4 years old, he wrote poems and became famous all over the world. When he was 14 years old, he carried a book and carried a knife to study at Shenyang Academy, attracting the attention of the world. He was also one of the young talents that made the Liang imperial court feel the most heartache and annoyed. Because of this, the Yu family was angered by the Zhao family's emperor and was miserably suppressed in Guangling. Yu Wandao lowered his head to look at the knife and then raised his head to look into the distance. With a warm smile on his face and a determined look in his eyes, he said, "General Hu, I came to Bailiang this time not to ask for an official position from you. I just want to see His Royal Highness with my own eyes. Then I will have no regrets in this life. I can't stand the arrogant and willful noble families that break the law, the pretentious imperial college, and the imperial court that gets rid of the hounds after the hares have outlived their usefulness. Only Your Highness is pleasing to the eye. I also want to ask Your Highness, if one day Bailiang can't defeat the million iron cavalry of Beimang, does Su Fengnian dare to die on the battlefield? Does he dare to guard the northwest gate for the Central Plains? If Su Fengnian is willing to nod his head, then in the future, Yu Wandao will be added to the pile of corpses. We scholars seek fame in peaceful times and study in troubled times. We use our deaths to exchange for peace for the people." Hu Kuei said calmly, "I'm afraid that you scholars have high standards but little ability. On paper, you talk about good soldiers, but under the paper, you are just a bag of straw." Yu Wandao heard the Liangzhou provincial governor's words, which spoiled the mood, and laughed instead. "I'm also afraid of this. So after the military parade and martial arts training, I'm going to join the army and be a pawn. Whether I'm a mule or a horse, I'll know once I walk it. But along the way, I've seen many graceful northern beauties who are not like the Jiangnan women. They are tall and have bold personalities, very much to my liking. Before I die, I have to marry such a tall wife so that I won't let down this life in Bailiang. Yu Wandao doesn't have any elders here. When I send gifts to a woman's family, I hope that official who can do it for me." Hu Kuei didn't comment and said something even more ominous. "I, Hu Kuei, don't have any great abilities, but I'm good at collecting corpses. If you, Yu Wandao, die one day, I'll collect your corpse for you." Many scholars on the top floor were standing in the building. They didn't have the right to come to the corridor and stand by the railings. Seeing that this eldest grandson of the Yu family was able to join in on the fun with the administrator and chat happily with Liangzhou's general Hu Kuei, their eyes were red with envy. Yu Wandao's laughter was somewhat ear-piercing. They didn't know that this disciple of a famous family had come to Bailiang to seek death. Snowflakes fell sparsely and gradually grew. Bailiang was bitterly cold. As long as it snowed, there was no stopping it. It was destined to be a never-ending snowstorm. Yu Wandao reached out a hand to catch the snowflakes. His 5 fingers were white and slender. If he were in the rich Guangling road, whether it was playing the zither, holding books, or placing chess pieces, he would be able to make women fall in love with him. Hu Kuei sniffed. There was still an hour before the examination of this martial arts university. He was originally a first-class crossbowman, and he had many incredible and diverse skills. Among them, he had the ability to smell the breath of the dead. Compared to relying on experience to determine the time by observing the sky, it was more accurate. As for the principle of Taoism's ventilation of the mountains and lakes, carrying Ping Ai to dig pits and burn them, and using this to look for the breath of the well to find water, it was an unorthodox skill that the Northern Liang army had to be proficient in. It was indeed not without reason that the Su family's iron cavalry set off at the beginning of spring and autumn, and the reason why Zhao Shi was so afraid that he could not sleep and eat in peace was indeed not without reason. Not only were there many fierce generals under Su Zhao's command, but the rogue immortal craftsmen who were proficient in unorthodox methods also made it difficult for the other great generals of Liang to catch up. Hu Kuei suddenly pointed at the martial arts platform in high spirits and said with a smile, "Yu Wandao, after an hour, why don't you open your eyes wide and see who will be there? Then you'll know whether Bailiang's 300,000 iron horse cavalry can withstand Baimang's 1,000,000 cavalry. Chapter 973. The Wu Tower in the west was one floor lower than the Wen Tower. This caused a large group of old warriors, who had been scolded by the Liang imperial court as the old men of Bailiang, to gather together and curse. They all said that it must be His Royal Highness's rotten idea. Otherwise, the great general wouldn't have slapped the old faces of his subordinates like this. There were many mountains in Bailiang. Other than the two old generals, Yan Mengwan and Zhong Hongwu, most of the young and strong generals under Chen Jibao had left Bailiang for Western Shu. However, many of the old generals from the previous generation had a close relationship with Chen Jibao. Most of them had the title of general above them. They only had their families to feed, so they wouldn't cause trouble and choose to stay in Bailiang. Other than these three mountains, there were also the great general's adopted son and many old generals who had retired from the cavalry and infantry. These old generals couldn't be compared to the group of generals who had been given the title of general. They still had many branches and leaves in the Bailiang army and had a deep foundation. The Wu Tower was originally arranged according to seniority like the Wen Tower. Those with high positions would stand on the tall buildings. However, it was a bit strange today. A one-armed old man with the surname Lin who drove an ox cart out of seclusion didn't want to go up the tower. Many of the old men of the same age who had been through life and death with him didn't want to go upstairs to show off their power. They surrounded the first commander of the Lotus Seed Camp, Lin Dofang. Although Lin Dofang had resigned and lived in seclusion after following the Su family to Bailiang and had been a nameless field showing for almost 20 years, everyone knew that Lin Dofang and the great general had been through life and death together. Moreover, they had almost become relatives by marriage. In addition, when the old soldier respectfully sent the crown prince to the capital, Lin Dofang had also appeared outside Liangzhou city. At that time, the ox-cart old man, the former Yuzhou general Jean Partridge, Zhou Kong, and the commander Yuan Nanting who controlled most of the white feather cavalry were also among them. Lin Dofang had always been popular in the Su family's army. After he had resigned, there were no more conflicts in the officialdom. This time, his retirement seemed even better. Even some of the old generals who were not familiar with him back then were happy to chat with him. Even Lu Yuanji, who had retired from his high position as the deputy commander of the infantry, and Wei Taizhan, who had just vacated the deputy commander of the cavalry last year, were no exception. This group of old fellows with illustrious military exploits had seniority, meritorious service, and family background, so they were especially outspoken when they talked. Compared to the genteel and sour atmosphere in the Wen building, they were like heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yuanji was cursing His Royal Highness for not being sensible. It was fine that the Wu building was 5 floors higher, but it was actually 1 floor lower than the Wen building. Wasn't this deliberately embarrassing these old fellows who had fought for Bailiang? Lu Yuanji had retired from his position for a few years, and he was also famous for his impatience and uncouth temperament. Hearing his curses, all the old men around him, without exception, smiled knowingly. Wei Taizhan, who had just left Bailiang's army for less than a year, was much more reserved. He didn't even respond. Once Lu Yuanji rolled up his sleeves and cursed, even the country's shrew would have to retreat. Especially after drinking, he dared to spit on General Su Zhao's face. Of course, General Su Zhao was so angry that he was whipped and thrown out of the tent to drink the northwest wind. At that time, General Su Zhao, who didn't look like an old man, was also stubborn. After being thrown out of the tent by General Su Zhao, he refused to go back to the tent to rest. He sat on the ground and continued to curse. When he was tired, he fell asleep on the ground and snored like thunder. In Lu Yuanji's words, "I don't want to be angry with General Su Zhao, and I don't dare to. I will use my snoring to disturb General Su Zhao's sleep." Lu Yuanji was still angry after cursing His Royal Highness for half an hour. He wanted to use His Royal Highness bullying of Huaihua General Zhong Hongwu in Longqing County as an excuse. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wei Taizhan curling his lips and winking at him. Just when he was puzzled, he was punched hard. Lu Yuanji was stunned. He turned around and was punched in the face again. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Lu Yuanji finally saw that it was old man Lin's dirty trick. Lu Yuanji was so angry that he immediately punched Lin Duofang's head back. He cursed, "Lin, I've wanted to beat you for a long time. What did you tell me? You said that you wanted to kill the northern barbarians with me. We were born in the same year, month, and day. There's no difference between us. We'll say that whoever kills more barbarians will be the big brother. You'll be a coward when you get to Beiliang. Also, when you plan to elope with the princess of southern Tang, who was the one who kept watch for you? What's wrong?" I cursed His Royal Highness a few times. Did I get in your way, Lin Duofang? It's none of your business. You're just a coward. I don't know where you've been hiding. You haven't touched a blade for 20 years. What right do you have to call me brother? The two old men were immediately pulled apart by the other old men beside them. While Lu Yuanji was cursing, Lin Duofang, who was tied up, kicked Lu Yuanji a few more times. He said angrily, "Lu San, what you did with me was a mess. I owe you. I'll be your slave in my next life. If you blink, I'll be your grandson. Don't you King drag His Royal Highness into this? Fine, you cursed His Highness. Then I'd like to ask you. When you were whipped and thrown outside by the Grand Generals so many times, who was the one who secretly brought you good wine to drink? Who was the one who listened to you telling those bullshit stories for the whole night? Who was the one who personally told me that the Grand General had a good son and even said that he would marry a few daughters to that kid in the future? Lu San, you Lu San, Now that you've become the deputy commander of the infantry army, you think you're so great. Don't think that I don't know that your son has taken over a few government salt pans. He's not just making a lot of money every day. Not to mention salt pans, he even dares to kill government soldiers. You, Lu San, are amazing. You have 3 sons who are even more powerful than His Highness. His Highness only killed the king of Jingnan and Zhao Heng's cavalry in Qingzhou. He also killed the 5th raccoon of Tibing Mountain in Beimang. He never dares to kill the people of Beiliang. Lu San, do you believe that I'll go to the Grand General and ask for an official position? I won't do anything but kill those bastards of yours who call me Godfather. The old general, who was called Lu San, was stunned. Then he became furious and scolded, T. Lin, tell me clearly, who killed the soldiers of the Salt household and the Armor household? My son wouldn't do such a heinous thing. Lin Dofang somehow got the strength to break free from the pull of Wei Taizhan and the other old men. He punched Lu Yuanji's face again. The whole of Beiliang knows. Only you, an old fool with bad eyesight, don't know. The ground floor of the martial arts building instantly became silent. Lu Yuanji looked around. Wei Taizhan was still calm and silent. Many old men avoided the gaze of this Lu San. Finally, Deputy Commander Lu's lips couldn't stop trembling. He waved his arms and didn't want anyone to help him. He sat down on the ground and panted heavily. Lin Dofang was still angry. He wanted to step forward and kick Lu Yuanji. Fortunately, Wei Taizhan hurriedly held him back. Only then did they manage to stop the old man who built the Lotus Seed camp. The scene inside the building was enough to stun any outsider. Chapter 974. Lin Dofang took a deep breath and patted the back of Wei Tieshan's hand. The latter slowly let go of his hand. Lin Dofang sat in front of Lu Yuanji, facing him. He turned his head to look at the snowy sky outside the tower and sighed softly. Lu San, and Old Way, we old people with half a foot in the grave always talk about how we helped the great general conquer the world and protect the country. I know that you are not greedy for riches and honor. To you, it is enough that your descendants have no worries about food and clothing. Any more is the good fortune that you worked so hard to save in the past. You think that this is the good fortune that your descendants deserve. You are most afraid that Bailiang will forget what you have done in the past. You are afraid that people will forget about it. But if you are like this, your descendants who have never suffered will have nothing to fear. No matter how good the seedlings were, they will be spoiled by you. His Highness did not do proper work in those years. Who in the tower is not angry? I, Lin Dofang, am very angry. That year, the great general personally came to visit my family's fields. From beginning to end, I was not willing to turn around and see the great general. But let's put ourselves in his shoes. It is fine if Liang does not admit to what His Highness has done in these 2 years. You are not blind. How can you not know what is true and false? Let's feel our conscience and ask, did His Highness lose face for Bailiang when he went to Jing? Xiangfan City, Guangling River, Iron Gate Pass, Beimang's Ruoshui River, and Great and City's Imperial Road. Who in the tower can do what His Highness has done? You, Lu San, who can't even control your son. Or you, Old Wei, who likes to play the peacemaker as you get older. Or you, Han Tweezy, who has only cared about taking care of your disciples and official career these years. Lin Dofang pulled back his gaze and looked at Lu Yuanji. Lu San, the great general does not owe us anything. His Highness is even more so. We have conquered the world, but the matter of protecting Bailiang is something that we cannot do. Even if we want to, we can't do it well. Then let's just hand it over to those fellows in the literary tower. So what if the literary tower is higher than the martial tower? In the 9 kingdoms of the spring and autumn period, how many officials and important officials have looked down on our Su family's armored cavalry? We've already made them suffer a lot. If you're worried that your children and grandchildren will be looked down upon, then let them go on their own. Don't let them ride roughshod over you old men. The general's words were crude, but they made sense. No one's son should be born to suffer hardships, nor should they be born to enjoy happiness. He didn't care about other places, but in Bailiang, the more capable one was, the more bitter one was, and the more fortunate one was. So, Lu San, we owe the Su family now. We may not owe them anything, but your children and grandchildren owe them a lot. Lin Dafang patted Lu Yuanji's shoulder and stood up. He bent over and helped Lu Yuanji up, patting off the dust on Lu Yuanji's chest. Lu Yuanji suddenly grinned and said, "Damn it, Lin, I only rewarded you with 1 punch. Look at you, I punched and kicked you several times." Lin Dafang laughed and said, "I told you I'm more capable than you. You have to admit it. If it weren't for our old friendship, I would have used my special skill, crotch kick." Lu Yuanji put his arm around Lin Dafang's shoulder. He wanted to scold him, but when he touched the empty sleeve, he stopped talking. Back then, it was Lu San who had gritted his teeth to bandage his brother's wound. He was too embarrassed to do it in front of Lin Dafang. He only dared to squat on the ground and sob after leaving the tent. That feeling was even more painful than his own broken arm. Lu Yuanji clearly remembered that year when Lin Dafang's arm was broken and the general was seriously injured. That kid couldn't help much, but he stood guard outside the tent with a pale face. In the end, the two of them stood guard side by side against the tent. Lu Yuanji, Lin Dafang, Wei Taizhan, and Han Tweezy walked side by side to the entrance of the martial tower. It was snowing heavily. Although there was no longer the scene of yellow sand covering the iron armor, when they looked up, they could see that the frozen river had yet to thaw. Further north of the ice river, there was only white snow covering the black armor. The 100,000 infantrymen of the Bailiang army were divided into two giant battle formations from the east and the west, leaving a path in the middle. The commander of the White Feather Cavalry, Yuan Nanting, was able to get close to the ice river and sit high on his horse. There was also the Lotus Seed Camp, the Horse Camp, the Partridge Camp. The first camp was set up. There were a total of 36 of these old and new camps. They were all lined up in a row, looking especially majestic. The crossbowman of the Little Snow Camp, Li Hanlin, was positioned slightly behind. He carried his saber and crossbow, holding his breath and concentrating. Beside him was Lu Do. The two of them looked at the martial arts platform together, their eyes burning with passion. There was not a single person on the martial arts platform. Other than a giant war drum, there was nothing else. The war drum had not been beaten, and the horn that the soldiers of Bailiang were most familiar with had not been blown. The martial arts platform, which had stone steps to the north and south, finally revealed the figure of a small mountain. The Protector General of Bailiang, Chu Lushan, appeared in armor for the first time in 20 years. Chu Lushan stood slightly to the left of the martial arts platform, leaning on his saber. The new commander of the cavalry of Bailiang, the number 1 cavalry in the world, White Bear Yuan Zwazong, and the famous infantry commander, General Yan Wenluan, walked up to the martial arts platform at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Yuan Zwazong was known to be a handsome man. Now that he was wearing heavy armor and holding a cold saber, he looked even more imposing. Yan Wenluan was far inferior to the Protector General of Bailiang and the cavalry commander in terms of height. General Yan was short, perhaps even shorter than the men from Jiangnan. He had been shot blind in one eye by a stray arrow on the battlefield. This man, who was neither tall nor strong, had pulled out an arrow and swallowed his eye before continuing to fight. Before the fall of West Chu, the war Saint Yi Baikue was invincible in the spring and autumn 9 kingdoms. Only Yan Wenluan's infantry could fight to a draw with Yi Baikue's great halberd army. The Song and Shu kingdoms were not suitable for the Su family's cavalry to roam freely. This was also Yan Wenluan's contribution. With Yan Wenluan standing there, who dared to look down on him? Then there were the 2 infantry and cavalry commanders, Chen Yinshui and He Zhonghu, who had been deputy commanders with Lu Yuanji and Wei Taizhan for many years. Then there were the 2 new deputy commanders. The number 1 general of Southern Tang, great ancestor Gu, and Zhou Kong, who had been promoted to deputy commander after more than 10 years of controlling the Yuzhou army. Liangzhou's general Shi Fu, Yozhou's general Huang Fuqing, and Lingzhou's general Han Laozhan followed closely behind. But why was there no general or king of Bailiang? Finally, Su Longxiang, who was barefoot and dressed in black, led Qi Xuanzhen's black tiger onto the school stage. Chu Lushan, Yuan Zwazong, Yan Wenluan, Chen Yinshui, He Zhonghu, great ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, Shi Fu, Wang Fuqing, and Han Laozhan. The 10 of them stood in a row with their sabers in their hands. When the second son of the Su family, who had led the Dragon Elephant Cavalry to crush the southern Tang towns of Bailiang, appeared, a mournful and melodious horn sounded. Su Longxiang walked step by step toward the war drum that was half the height of a person. The sound of the Bailiang drum was once the loudest in the spring and autumn western wall. Behind the Bailiang army, there were 800 phoenix battalions with white horses and white armor. When a gray-haired young man changed into a jade-white robe that only vassals of the dynasty could wear, and mounted the horse with a saber and a spear, an old man led the horse forward. The snow-white horse slowly moved a few feet away. The hunchbacked old man let go of the reins, straightened his back, and patted the horse's head lightly. Then he smiled with relief. Go. This rider led the 800 Phoenix Insignia light cavalry in between the 2 armies, galloping through the sky full of flying snow. The old man looked at the back of the rider, his hands in his sleeves, and smiled from ear to ear. Su Longxiang began to beat the drum. The drum sounded like thunder, rolling away the Bailiang. That rider didn't step on the surface of the frozen river. Instead, the rider and the horse leaped high into the air. The iron horse leaped over the frozen river. Along with the drum sound, the iron spear in the man's hand suddenly stabbed into the ice river. The entire ice river shattered. After the 800 cavalry stopped their horses, they filled up the line. The man in the robe, who only had a Baelyang saber, got off his horse in front of the school stage, walked up the stone steps, and stood in the center. Then he held the saber and shouted, "Baelyang, draw your saber." Baelyang Governor-General Chu Lushan did not lean on his saber anymore. He drew his saber. Yan Wenwan, Yuan Zwazong, Chen Yinchue, and the others drew their Baelyang sabers almost at the same time. The 100,000 Baelyang soldiers, who did not move under the snow, also drew their sabers. The snow became even messier. They shook off the snow on their armor and looked even more shocking. The Baelyang cavalry was the best in the world. The Baelyang drums were known throughout the world. Baelyang had a new king, Su Fengnian. Chapter 975. Because it was more than 4,000 words, it was a bit late. The great reading of Baelyang this time was probably the briefest and shortest reading ever since the Su family took over Baelyang in the past 20 years. However, it was also the one with the greatest gathering of generals and talents. The veterans of the Martial Tower were almost in tears as they watched. They knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to gather the hearts of soldiers. The hearts of soldiers were like a person's soul. Once it was gone, it would be difficult to summon it back. For example, no matter how much Lu Yuanji scolded His Royal Highness, he was also worried that the foundation they had worked so hard to build would be squandered away by the prodigal son before it was completely destroyed by the Zhao family. Those who were more utilitarian, such as Han Tuizi, were also worried that the new king would not be able to convince the masses. They could not even convince them verbally, let alone in their hearts. If that happened, would they really have to move their entire family to the Central Plains where enemies were everywhere? Would the Zhao family deal with them bit by bit? If the son of the Zhao family was happy, he would reward them with some leftovers. If he was unhappy, he would cut off a few heads to win the hearts of the people. Therefore, when His Royal Highness, who was wearing a unique jade-white python robe, jumped onto the ice river and shouted, "Draw your sword," 100,000 soldiers of Baelyang unsheathed their swords at the same time. Everyone knew that Su Fengnian would be the rightful king of Baelyang. Therefore, these old men were relieved. They even thought that since the general was unable to conquer Baemang in one fell swoop, would it be possible for the young king of Baelyang to succeed? With this thought that had haunted their dreams for many years, they could not bear to die. They were also unwilling to turn a blind eye to their own family's seed being destroyed. In fact, many of the old men were not really senile. For example, Lu Yuanji, they really could not bear to see their children and grandchildren wreak havoc. They just did not believe in the legacy of the Su family. So what if they could take more of the Su family's property into their own pockets? However, from now on, they would have to plan carefully again. There were not many twists and turns in the Martial Tower. After all, most of them were old fellows who were used to seeing battle formations and killing. However, the foreign scholars at the One Tower were trembling with fear. In the past, they had heard that the Baelyang cavalry's battle prowess was the best in Liang. As for how powerful they were, they had no idea. If it were those scholars who came from the Yen Imperial Palace and Guangling Taoism who had more or less seen the way the two vassal kings led their troops, they would not believe that the Baelyang's battle prowess was much greater than theirs by a large margin. However, when they saw with their own eyes the black mass of armored soldiers that stretched as far as the eye could see, even if they were looking from afar, the eerie atmosphere was suffocating. Especially when the 100,000 soldiers unsheathed their swords at the same time, it was as if the wind and snow between heaven and earth had to stop. Most of the people in the tower trembled violently. Previously, there were busybodies who had named the generals on the martial arts stage one by one. Each of their names was like thunder to the ears. When the 10 of them stood shoulder to shoulder with their swords, no one believed the nonsense that Bailiang was lacking in manpower. The unspoken majesty on the martial arts stage made the people of the One Tower ask themselves, could Gu Jiantang, who had resigned from the Ministry of War, defeat the Bailiang cavalry? Could the king of Yen Imperial Palace, who was second only to Su Shao among the vassal kings, really contend against them? Even if the man in the python robe who stood out from the crowd could never reach the height of his father, as long as he, Su Fengnian, had 300,000 elite soldiers, could he really be bullied by anyone? Yul Wandao did not have these messy thoughts. He only saw the distinctive python robe, the way he leaped onto his horse and threw his spear into the icy river, the slow steps he took as he ascended the stage, and the way his finger moved across the hilt of the famed sword, Great Wan. Yul Wandao suddenly felt that there was no need to ask anything. After 2 hours of military parade, everyone put their swords back into their sheaths. The man in the python robe disappeared. General Yan Wenluan went to greet the people of the Wu Tower. Yuan Zhuozong, who had the same rank, although he was the general's adopted son and the commander of the cavalry, still walked half a step behind Yan Wenluan. He walked side by side with the famous general of the southern Tang dynasty, great ancestor Gu. Huang Fujin, who did not have enough experience and popularity, was at the back. He seemed a little lonely. He did not have any interaction with the old Yuzhou general, Brocade Partridge, Zhou Kong, who was not far away. However, since this person had already occupied a place on the martial arts platform, no one dared to compete with Huang Fujin on the surface. As for the secret, there would certainly be many. The key was to see when Huang Fujin could successfully take over the military power of Yuzhou. Chu Lushan, the northern Liang protector, ascended to the Wen pavilion. When the foreign scholars saw Fatty Chu dismount from his horse outside the pavilion, they were scared half to death. They also sensed that even the administrator Li Gongda, a major second-rank border official, had a forced smile on his face when he saw this devil who ate people without spitting out the bones. Within the Wen pavilion, only teacher Wang was able to maintain a calm expression. Huang Shang, a bone-chilling scholar from Liang, simply chose to avoid seeing him. When the heavily armored Chu Lushan ascended the building, the new building creaked loudly, causing people to worry about whether the stairs could bear the weight of this man and his armor. Fortunately, this mountain-like fat pig did not bother to waste his energy going up the stairs after ascending to the 5th floor. He greeted Hu Kuei, who had descended to the 5th floor, and nodded to each other in greeting. When he caught a glimpse of Yul Wandao beside the Liangzhou provincial governor, the Bailiang governor returned home. When Chu Lushan finally mounted his horse and left, the scholars felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. If His Royal Highness's notoriety in the past was merely his hedonistic behavior within Bailiang's borders, then Fatty Chu's infamy was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Cutting breasts and skinning skin, breaking skulls and pouring wine, which of these did not deserve the wrath of the heavens? However, this fat pig still happily became the highest-ranking official in Bailiang. Truly, only a scourge could live for 1,000 years. On the way back, Chu Lushan summoned the crossbowmen Li Hanlin and Lu Dou. One of them was His Royal Highness's brother, who had grown up with him, and the other was basking in his glory. The Qingzhou Lu family, who was about to become in-laws with the Su family, could not be considered ordinary Bailiang soldiers. Chapter 976. Chu Lushan dismissed the dozen or so trusted retainers behind him, bringing only Li and Lu to the banks of the frozen river. The ice had already shattered. Chu Lushan tugged at the cotton collar of his armor and gazed into the river, remaining silent for a long time. Young Master Li, who considered the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang to be his own home, had interacted with Chu Lushan many times. However, after becoming a crossbowman who often had to exchange his life for the lives of Beimang's Ma Lanzi, when he looked back at this fatty who had once been his arm in arm, he felt a bit more reverence. It was difficult for him to joke around like before. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he didn't dare. Only those who had personally experienced the flames and smoke of war, who had come into contact with hundreds of enemy troops, knew how ruthless and fierce this 300 fat pig was. In the Bailiang army, it was publicly acknowledged that in battles with less than 10,000 soldiers, regardless of how dangerous and cruel the situation was, Chen Jibao could achieve the greatest military service. Yuan Zuozong could achieve the fewest casualties. As for this fatty, whose literary talent was completely obscured by his fierce reputation, he could bring a battle to a close in the shortest time possible. In the Battle of Baishuwei, Chu Lushan had once defeated 3,000 Northern Han elites in a short hour. Of his 2,000 troops, 1,800 had died. Chu Lushan had participated in countless bloody battles like this. According to legend, when Chu Lushan led new recruits, he would always congratulate them. Either they would die tomorrow, or they would be promoted to commandant the day after tomorrow and scram to some other place to enjoy life. After Su Zhao's conquest of the border, his adopted son, Chu Lushan, only led troops on the border for the first 5 years. Afterwards, he left the frontier fortress. Afterwards, very few people remembered this fat pig. The number of times he was the first of the Su family soldiers to mount the city and plant the flag was the highest. To this day, no one had been able to break this record. Chu Lushan thought for a moment before finally opening his mouth and saying, "There are some things that are better left for the king of Bailiang to speak to you personally." When Su Fingnian put on the vassal king's robe and went on stage, it meant that Bailiang had a new king today. Of course, this was in serious violation of the Liang family's etiquette. The house of Zhao, who relied on the Su family to sit on the throne and enjoy the country, would dare to say no. Even if the son of the Zhao clan had nothing better to do and wanted to punish the Bailiang, he would have to ask the Bailiang first. Li Hanlin, who had been tricked into going to the southern court and almost kidnapped to Ji province, squatted down and cradled the helmet in his arms. He grinned and said, "Before the great reading, my father was forced to stammer. I'm not stupid. I've already guessed most of it." Li Hanlin continued with a smile, "Brother Nian, I don't like what you're saying. Don't think that just because you're the king of Bailiang, you're no longer Li Hanlin's brother. There's no such thing. In any case, I've decided to follow Brother Nian for the rest of my life. If I make a name for myself and he dares to not give me a big official title, I'll make a scene." Chu Lushan reached out a hand and rubbed Li Hanlin's head. He smiled and said, "It's good to be a crossbowman, but don't die. Otherwise, His Highness will vent his anger on me, the Protector General of Bailiang. Hanlin, you and I are brothers of the same family. I'll say the ugly words first. If you dare to die in front of your father, I will dare to vent my anger on your father." Li Hanlin stood up and spat a few times. He rolled his eyes and said, "Protector General, don't say such unlucky things just because you're an official." Chu Lushan waved his hand and scolded jokingly, "Damn brat, get lost." Li Hanlin ran away without any courtesy. Lu Do, who was born with double pupils, didn't forget to bow and bid farewell. Chu Lushan looked to the east. East was Great Peace City, the best city in the world. He smiled coldly and said, "What a big piece of fat meat." Chu Lushan lowered his head and walked towards the warhorse. He laughed and said, "Eating meat, our fatties like it the most." In the wind and snow at the border, the two carriages finally met. The carriage drivers were the young man who had just become the king of Bailiang and the Baimang military god, Tuoba Bodhisattva. The man and woman in the carriage, one could imagine what kind of supreme status they had. The Baimang Empress Murong and the old Prince Liang Su Xiao. The carriages stopped at the same time. Su Xiao didn't even bring along the Bailiang's #1 martial artist, Su Yanbing. He only brought along his eldest son who had changed into ordinary clothing. In the end, it was still two carriages, two people against two people. Su Xiao bent down, lifted the curtain, and jumped off the carriage. The old woman in the opposite carriage also got off at the same time. Su Xiao glanced at the man who ranked second and then looked at the old woman who came slowly. He laughed mockingly and said, "Murong, you were so pitiful in the past. You were a shameless woman who cried and asked me to eat bread. Now you are so imposing. Tuoba Bodhisattva is your coachman. Look at me, I only brought my son. I can't compare to you." The old woman put on the old fur coat and didn't wear the mink hat. She allowed the wind and snow to hit her weathered face. Hearing Su Xiao's mockery, she didn't refute and just smiled. In Beimang, this kind of appearance could make people's eyes pop out. Su Xiao snorted coldly and said, "If you have something to say, say it. I'm not in the mood to drink the wind and eat the snow with you." The old woman reached out to touch the snow-white hair on her forehead and said with a smile, "Old cripple, how many times have I told you? My surname is Murong, not Murong." Su Xiao said anxiously, "How would I know that a person's surname can have two characters? I didn't know in the past, and I still won't know in the future." The old woman didn't get angry. She walked a few steps closer and said softly, "There are 10 great clans in the Central Plains during the spring and autumn period. 2 of them have a compound surname. If I remember correctly, they were all defeated by you, Su Xiao. Don't you remember? They were all eaten by you." Su Xiao, oh Su Xiao, you're really old. Fortunately, you've never been handsome in your life. You were like this when you were young, and you're even uglier when you're old. Su Xiao laughed and said, "I'm a man. Why should I compare my looks with a woman? Besides, do you think you were good-looking when you were in Liaodong? Compared to my wife, you're worlds apart." Only Beimang, that old lecher, was blinded by lard and blind with dog eyes. That's why he took a fancy to an ugly woman like you. The old woman was still not the least bit angry. She smiled and said, "When I was young, whether I was good-looking or not, each flower entered their own eyes. It's hard to say, but I really can't be considered ugly. Besides, when a woman is old, she can still look like a little dragonfly with a golden hairpin. It's just that who would believe that the world is still young? Su Xiao, don't you think so?" Su Xiao put his hands in his sleeves and shivered. He said mockingly, "Sour, really sour." The old woman released her hand from her forehead and spread her hands in front of her. She lowered her head and glanced at them. Then she looked up and stared at the age spots on Su Xiao's face. She calmly said, "We're all old. I'm ugly, you're also hunchbacked. Don't insist on fighting to see who's better. As for me, in this life I've only lost because I'm too focused on winning and losing to myself. That's not good. You're too sentimental. That's not good either. Even if you're a top official, you still don't have a good life. Otherwise, if you were willing to lower yourself to me and come to Beimang, you wouldn't need to care about anyone's mood. You should know that even I won't give you any face." Su Xiao turned his head and spat heavily into the snow. The Beimang Empress dismissed it with a smile and said, "There's nothing important to discuss with you. Back then in Liaodong, I've already said what I wanted to say. This trip down south is to see Su Xiao before you die. I just want to talk about a small matter. That's why I decided that after you die, I'll first cripple your Beiliang and then go down south. In the end, I'll burn Great Peace City to the ground as incense to your grave." Was this a trivial matter in Fu Yu's casual conversation? Probably even Huang Longshan, the son of the Zhao family, and Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang would feel that it was the biggest joke in the world if they heard it. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. "Then Beiliang will wait for you. Don't let the Beiliang cavalry chop you all the way to your nest." The old woman held her stomach and laughed softly. She raised her head and looked at the flying snow. "When we parted in Liaodong, you bought this fur coat for 20 taels of silver. At that time, I turned my head twice and only saw your back, Su Xiao. After the third time, I'm not willing to turn my head again. Sometimes, I wonder if I'll turn my head again and see you make a face. Su Xiao turned and left. He said calmly, I won't. A carriage turned and left first, heading south and disappearing into the heavy snow of the north. The old woman stood where she was and remained silent. When the coachman was about to persuade her, he heard the Beimang Empress angrily say, "Shut up." The old woman covered her face with both hands. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. The wind and snow sobbed like a woman crying. The old woman let go of her hands and raised her slender arms to tidy up her white sideburns. She laughed softly and said, "I don't know where the human face is, but the peach blossoms are still laughing like a stray dog." The carriage headed south. Su Fengnian slowly drove the horse. He had nothing to do, so he stuffed a piece of snow into his mouth. Su Xiao asked him for more, but Su Fengnian ignored him. Su Xiao rubbed his cheeks and said with a smile, "It's not right to bring your son to see an old woman who misses her father." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Su Xiao reached out and gently placed his hand on Su Fengnian's shoulder. He didn't say anything either. After a long time, Su Fengnian said firmly, "I can handle it." Chapter 977. The successful hereditary succession meant that there was a new vassal king in the Liang dynasty. Other than the coronation of the crown prince and the ascension of the new emperor, there was nothing more important than this. Moreover, this new vassal king was the king of Beiliang. Not only Liangzhou, but Yuling and Liangzhou were also decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The atmosphere was almost crazy. It was even more grand than the lantern market during the lantern festival to curry favor with the new king. In particular, those tyrannical families were secretly competing with each other to see which family had the largest number of lanterns. It was as if whoever dared to put up fewer lanterns would be exposed the next day and then dragged out to be beheaded. The result of the constant competition was that there were more and more festive red lanterns hanging in the house that didn't lack money. There were so many that people's eyes turned red and they felt sick of it. The prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang didn't have much of a fuss. The lanterns were added at the last minute, but it was much simpler than in previous years. However, the stewards and servants of the mansion were all happy and walked a little more briskly. These people were naturally happy. Who didn't want the new master of the mansion to be successful? When one person achieves the Tao, all his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. If the new king of the prince's mansion couldn't control Beiliang, it would become a situation where the guests bullied the masters. Everyone in the prince's mansion wouldn't have any good days. After the father and son of the Su family returned to Liangzhou from the border, they could often see the young master, who was now called Prince Liang, walking around the mansion with the general. The sharp-eyed and attentive people secretly counted on their fingers to see which of the two future princesses accompanied the father and son more times. Later, they simply didn't care about it because the number of times the Lu family woman of Qingzhou visited could be counted on one's fingers. Wang Dongxiang lost to that female literary master too many times. However, from time to time, they would bump into the daughter of the Lu family helping second commandery princess push the wheelchair. But when comparing the two, how could the people in the mansion not know which was more important? Moreover, in their hearts, they didn't like the woman of the Lu family who lived in seclusion. She stank of money. Didn't she rely on her family's wealth to luckily enter the prince's mansion? Back then, Lin Quan was just a pawn who carried the flag. Everything he had was given to the Lu family by the general out of charity. Mount Qingliang had sent clever maidservants to serve the two young women. For a long time, the maidservants who worked in Wang Dongxiang's courtyard looked down on the maidservants in Lu Qingyan's courtyard. The maidservants of the prince's mansion in the Lu courtyard had internal strife and began to look askance at the maidservants who were outsiders brought into the mansion by the Lu family. Since ancient times, when there were many women, everywhere would become muddy water. It had been less than half a day since they returned from the border. Today, the two generations of the Su family, except for Huang Man, who was practicing martial arts, were all gathered in the pavilion on Tide Hark Lake to rest. Compared to before, there were more Wang Chudong and Lu Qingyan, the two future daughters-in-law who were about to marry into the Su family. In addition, there was also Su Weisheng, who was in a wheelchair, and Su Longxiang was missing. With the decline of one party and the rise of the other, there was a bit of a yin overabundance and a yang decline. However, it could be seen that Su Zhao's complexion was excellent. He was in high spirits, presumably because he was satisfied with both of his daughters-in-law. One of them was famous for her talent, while the other was born with a sense of propriety. Most importantly, the two women didn't show any signs of jealousy. This was because one didn't understand anything, while the other was too smart to do anything. With them guarding the inner residence, there wouldn't be any trouble, and it wouldn't be difficult for an upright official to distinguish right from wrong. Su Xiao, who had deviated from the orthodoxy and removed his identity as Prince Liang without authorization, leaned lazily against the red pillar of the pavilion. He listened to Su Fengnian and Master Wang's conversation. Their witty banter made the old man laugh incessantly. When the little girl from the Wang family said, "How many worries can a gentleman have?" Su Fengnian added, "It seems like he lacks money to buy the green and wine." Wang Chudong smiled and his eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. When he asked, suddenly looking back, Su Fengnian replied, "That fellow is climbing a tree." The female literary prodigy said, "His belt is gradually loosening, but he still doesn't regret it." The young man, who had already become the most powerful vassal of Liang, smiled and said, "Go fetch a vat of water for the widow." The woman sitting quietly in the wheelchair, who was even more literary prodigy than Wang Chudong, also had a subtle and warm smile on her face. Lu Qingyan, who had been carefully nurtured by the aristocratic family, smiled without showing her teeth. When she couldn't help it, she would raise her hand to cover it. However, even a person with poor eyesight could tell where Wang Chudong was. He naturally stood close to Su Xiao and Su Fengnian. Lu Qingyan, on the other hand, could only side with Second Commandery Princess, who was in charge of the Hanlin Academy of Red Women. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Nian send Qingyan out. I'll talk to your sister and Chudong." Su Fengnian nodded and walked out of the pavilion with Lu Qingyan, who stood up. However, they didn't speak on the way to the courtyard. Lu Qingyan pursed her lips and followed behind him. When they turned around at the entrance of the courtyard, she was already smiling at him. Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he chuckled and said, "Remember to go out and relax more. It's not good to always be cooped up at home. Beiliang's scenery isn't as beautiful as Jiangnan's, but the north also has its own unique scenery. It'll be a pity if you don't ride a horse and see it yourself. I should be accompanying you, but I'm tied up with work right now and can't be lazy. Furthermore, I'll have to go out very soon to clean up the mess caused by the 200,000 refugees. If you're still in the mood when I come back, I'll take you to Mount Wudong." Lu Qingyan's eyes became charming after her heartfelt joy. She had just blurted out the word "feng" when she quickly swallowed back the word "nian" that was supposed to follow. She said softly, "King of Beiliang, you don't have to be so polite." Su Fengnian made a gesture as if he was going to knock her on the forehead. He said with a helpless expression, "Tell me honestly, who's more polite?" Lu Qingyan curled the corners of her mouth. Su Fengnian smiled and turned around. When he turned around again, he saw her standing at the door with her hands twisted in her sleeves. He waved at her and then left. Su Fengnian didn't see Su Xiao at Tide Listening Lake, so he walked towards the mausoleum of Wang Fei, which had always been cold and cheerless. He walked quietly into the mausoleum that was said to be more solemn than the vassal kings. He reached out his hand and drew across the stone statues with solemn postures. At the end of the mausoleum, there was a hunchbacked old man sitting in front of a tombstone. There were very few ancient trees in the mausoleum. It was rumored in Bailiang that it was because the sword aura of the sword fairy's mother was too strong. Even after she passed away, she still had the vigorous aura of a sword fairy. Therefore, there weren't many ancient trees left in the mausoleum of Wang Fei. When Su Fingnian was young, he heard that after becoming an immortal, he could cast beams to form soldiers and even bring people back to life. During that period of time, he read through almost all the ancient texts of Buddhism and Taoism in the Tide Listening Pavilion. Afterwards, he was scolded badly by his master, Li Shan, who had never believed in ghosts and gods. It seemed that even if he wanted to be scolded, no one would scold him anymore. In the future, no one would dare to scold him, the king of Bailiang, Su Fingnian. Su Shao heard the footsteps and said with a smile, "You're here." He didn't say anything else. At this moment, the family of three was here. He was standing, Su Shao was sitting, and the king of Bailiang was lying down. Su Fingnian didn't show any grief. He only stood silently in front of the tombstone. It was early spring, and the branches of the ancient trees were light yellow and light green. Su Fingnian walked under the tree and reached out to pluck a leaf. He played the ballad of the spring goddess that his mother had taught him when he was young. If he hummed the lyrics, then the general meaning was that a country girl left home and went down the mountain. She met a man she liked and they grew old together. The hunchbacked old man closed his eyes and listened to the little tune that he couldn't be more familiar with. One of his hands leisurely tapped the beat on his knee. After the little ballad, father and son silently walked out of the mausoleum. Su Shao suddenly said, "Nian, you can let Huang Manor go home now." Su Fingnian bit his lip. He stopped and quickly followed, nodding his head. In Great Peace City, there was still the lingering charm of the Lantern Festival. The streets were full of people. In the palace, after the head eunuch Han Xingxian suddenly died in the royal palace, Song Tonglu of the Great Martin Temple took over as the head eunuch of the Great Martin Temple. He was so young that it was frightening. In the first year of the auspicious talisman, the Great Martin Temple's Song Tonglu of the Great Martin Temple had all come from him. It was watertight. Originally, he had very good relations with the people of the 12 directorates. After he resigned from the Internal Officials Directorate, he focused on handling the duties of the head eunuch of the Ceremony Directorate. He gradually distanced himself from many of the old eunuchs who had worked their way up to the title of Ming Temple. As a result, Song Tonglu didn't even go to the master who had given him his name. Since he had entered the palace and become a eunuch, he had to respect his master far more than his father. This was an unshakable rule. The reputation that Song Tonglu had worked so hard to build was like water in a copper hourglass. Drip, 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 there would be a day when it would run out. However, Song Tonglu, who seemed extremely intelligent, did not care. Today, he carefully followed the father and son to the tall building. The Imperial Observatory was a place where prophecies would be passed down every few years. These prophecies were all solemnly written on gold talisman paper and placed in an ancient yellow box that had been passed down by the Zhao family for 100 years. In the end, it was given to the emperor after he had bathed and changed his clothes. After he finished reading it, the emperor had to personally burn it to ashes. Chapter 978. After Song Tonglu became the head eunuch, 2 hours ago was the first time in his life that he brought back a clay box from the imperial astronomer. After that, the emperor rushed to the imperial astronomer expressionlessly. However, Song Tonglu, who had been serving the emperor for many years, knew that ever since he saw the emperor, he had never clearly sensed that the emperor was so happy. When they went to the tall building this time, the emperor called for His Highness the Crown Prince. Outside the building, there was a group of people of varying heights, old and young. After the death of the old eunuch, the one who took over the imperial astronomer was not the prestigious Lord Chehu, but a young child. In the past, the old eunuch had nicknamed him Little Bookshelf. Everyone inside and outside the imperial astronomer had followed suit and called him Little Bookshelf, forgetting the child's original name. Other than the eunuch, who was supposed to be at the age of a private school, and the highly respected Chihu Song Yujing, there was also a new nobleman in the capital, the Prince of Qingqing, Wu Lingsu, who wore a purple Taoist robe. Now, this prince with a different surname other than Su Shao, was the Taoist leader of the northern Taoist sections. Like Xiao Danping, he was also a Taoist minister. No one dared to laugh at him for being a prince with a different surname. Especially when Liang carried out a large-scale extermination of Buddhism, the northern Buddhist sects experienced a catastrophe. Wu Lingsu did not disappoint the emperor. He personally went to the two Zen temples and pasted the talisman that sealed off the mountain on the main gate. The survival of the tens of thousands of temples in the north was in Wu Lingsu's hands. Even though the two Taoist masters of Mount Longhu had ascended, Wu Lingsu was still aggressive in dealing with the Guangling Taoist and Buddhist temples that bordered the north and south. Mount Longhu could only retreat step by step. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, the nobleman of the Taoist master residence, who shared the same surname as the emperor, was extremely dejected. However, when he saw the emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, he still respectfully knelt down. The other members of the imperial astronomer originally followed the usual practice of standing and bowing with their hands clasped in front. However, when they saw the emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, they could only kneel down and kowtow to the emperor. Only the little supervisor did not bend his knees. The emperor of the Zhao family was not angry. Instead, he was very happy. Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan even quickly walked up and pinched the child's cheeks. The supervisor, who was nicknamed the Little Bookcase, was somewhat annoyed. Seeing this, the emperor laughed heartily. After retracting his smile, he entered the building first. When they arrived at the heaven-connecting platform on the top floor, Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan strolled around in front of the bookcase that required a ladder to reach the books above. Wu Lingsu and Song Yujing carefully accompanied him. However, His Highness the Crown Prince was famous in Great Peace City for being easygoing and good-natured, so Wu Lingsu and Song Yujing were not too reserved. When the Crown Prince joked that he liked daughters more, he asked Wu Lingsu, who had once used her bedroom techniques to flatter the officials in the capital, if there was a way for the first child to be a daughter instead of a son. This left the Prince of Qingqing tongue-tied. He didn't know how to answer. The old-fashioned Song Yujing smiled knowingly. She thought that His Highness the Crown Prince truly had the heart of a child. It was not easy to have such an heir. Outside the building, there was a star-picking path made of 81 pieces of white marble. It abruptly extended 60 feet from the building. The emperor of the Zhao family and the little supervisor were walking in front of each other on the spotlessly white beam of heaven and earth. The spirited child seemed to have no fear of this middle-aged man sitting in the dragon chair. The emperor did not mind this small matter at all. There were too many people in the world who were willing to be his cows, horses, or dogs. Having one or two people who were not afraid of him and did not pose any threat to him was not a bad thing but a good thing. There were people in the world who were not afraid of him at all. The nearby ones were the little bookcase. As for the distant ones, not to mention the Beimang barbarians, the Liang court, and the common people, they could be counted with one hand. Among the numbers, there was only one person who could make him afraid. And this guy was about to die. How could he not want to laugh? He held his belly and laughed. The emperor of the Zhao family pointed to the northwest of the dynasty and then withdrew his clenched fist. He bent over and held his belly, but he suppressed his laughter and looked straight at the roof of a hole. There, 3 people had once drunk wine and talked about heroes. Together, they had created the great hegemony of the Liang dynasty. In the end, they all died. It was good that they died. If the oldest one did not die, he would not be able to ascend the throne. That bald donkey died at the Iron Gate. It was a worthy death, but it was a pity. The last one who was about to lie in the coffin chose to watch coldly when the princes fought for the throne. This made the emperor of the Zhao family even more resentful. In his opinion, this old guy died too late. The emperor of the Zhao family turned around and touched Jian Zhang's head. He smiled and asked, "Little bookcase, do you think it is more appropriate to give him a good title or an evil one?" One was safe, the other was appropriate. Accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. If it were those old foxes who had spent most of their lives in court trying to figure out the emperor's heart, they would immediately be able to understand the true meaning of the emperor's words. However, the little bookcase said, Grandpa Jianjing said before his death that once the new calendar of the imperial astronomer came out, we robbed the white-robed monk of the two Zen temple's almanac. Whether the king of Beiliang is given an evil title or an evil one is no longer relevant to the big picture. I feel that since the sages said that a gentleman has the beauty to help others, giving him an evil title is also fine. But Uncle Emperor, what does robbing mean? In the end, the Zhao family's son of heaven revealed a warm smile. He muttered to himself, and then he raised his voice, saying with a laugh, "Robbing? It was your grandpa Jian Zhang's old enemy, Huang Longsher, who said it first. I think it's similar to robbing in Go." "Right, little bookcase, Zhen heard that you are skilled at Go. When will you compete with Zhen on the Go board?" The little bookcase thought and then said with a bright smile, "Grandpa Jianjing taught me the 5 moves of attacking, defending, ending, and turning the tables. I know the first 4, but I don't know how to turn the tables. However, Grandpa Jianjing said that there is no rush. When I understand, I can call old Huang to come to Great Peace City to discuss." Grandpa Jianjing also said that if we want Huang Sanjia to lose one of his jades, only 2 people have a chance. I am one of them. Looking at the child pointing at himself innocently, the emperor of the Zhao family was very happy. He took off a jade pendant at his waist that could be called priceless. He smiled and said, "Then Zhen will not seek humiliation. This jade pendant is for you, and it is fine to give it to someone else." Ha, Zhen's Liang really does have many talents. Huang Longsher, this madman, should have no one to rely on and die without a grave. The little bookcase laughed and held the jade pendant with both hands. "Then I have seen a palace attendant Jijie. I liked her at first glance. If I see her again, I will give this jade pendant to her." The Li Yangming emperor who had won the title of the previous emperors through his diligence smiled. He nodded and said, "Uncle Emperor is telling you, the jade pendant has to be given to her when you grow up. Then you will have a wife. Don't worry, Jin will first find that palace attendant for you and keep her for you." The little bookcase pecked like a chicken and nodded vigorously. With the spring breeze caressing his face, the son of the Zhao family turned around and walked towards the attic with a cold smile on his face. According to the law of Liyang, posthumous titles were bestowed. Beautiful posthumous titles were divided into civil and military officials, with characters at the beginning, and then the character Zheng at the beginning, followed by the characters Zhen, Zhong, Duan, Kang, Yi, and so on. The posthumous titles of military officials were on the lower side, the number of characters was also fewer, but they were still divided into 18 ranks. Therefore, there were 2 sayings: scholars should be bestowed 24 titles and men of character should be bestowed 18 titles. In the past few years, most of the court officials who died were civil officials. Although these old people were not so exaggerated as to receive posthumous titles such as Zheng, Zhen, Zhong and Duan, but in the eyes of the world, they could not escape the title of Zheng, Zhen, Zhong and Duan. For example, the 2 masters of the Song family, as well as the leader of the Green Party who had experienced 3 dynasties, Shang Zhu Guo Lu Fei Qi, were among the posthumous titles. Unfortunately, these fellows' integrity could not be preserved in their later years. Although they were among the 24, their posthumous titles were extremely low. On the contrary, the Lu family, whose family's prestige was far inferior to the Song family's Gongnam-du, Ling Lang and Man of Jade, had the highest chance of obtaining 2 of these great posthumous titles. Su Shao. Jin will not give you any evil posthumous titles, but you have long been stripped of your title of de Jugua. Therefore, as a military official, you can forget about receiving a civil posthumous title. Moreover, as a military official, Jin will generously give you the lowest rank of Wu Li. After you die, no matter how timid the fence-sitter is, they will use their mocking laughter to send Su Xiao off for the last time. That night, the prince's mansion of Mount Qingliang, who was used to the old Prince Liang's tiredness, did not have any abnormalities. They even felt that when they woke up tomorrow, they might be able to see the old man and the young Prince Liang strolling together in the distance. Chapter 979. In the inner room of Su Xiao's small courtyard, Su Weisheng's wheelchair was close to the door. Her hands were placed on her lap, tightly clenched. Su Longxiang, who had hurried back home, stood at the head of the bed with red eyes, her head bowed. Looking from outside the door, she could only see the back of a person sitting by the bed. The old man lying on the bed tried his best to suppress his coughs and said slowly, "Dad knows you don't like this Su Xiao who only knows how to prattle and reason. Yes, your dad is very good at using swords and spears. I'm not a person who preaches reason without permission, and I don't like it either. All these years, I've been a rough man who beats whoever scolds me. I'm an old man who stands on the left and right of the throne room with a saber, depending on my mood. But if I don't say these things and finish my words, I won't be at ease. Remember, since you're the king of Bailiang, you have to be able to listen to what you don't want to hear. You have to be able to tolerate people you don't like. The same rice feeds different kinds of people, and everyone has their own difficulties, so they have their own love, hate, and temper. Especially those who don't remember the good of others. Most of the time, you have to endure it. Who asked you to be the king of Bailiang? You don't have to lose to anyone, but you have to take care of the overall situation. I've been the great general and king of Bailiang for so many years, but I also have a lot of grievances that I can't tell anyone. I remember that year when I took a group of old brothers out of Jianzhou to Liao, we were miserably harmed by a powerful military officer in Liang. Many of our brothers died. In a fit of anger, I took more than 40 brothers who didn't die and went to his house. Of course, we didn't go there to eat and drink, but to kill his entire family. We tied them up and dragged them into the courtyard. Do you know what happened after that? That guy's name was Kai Qinghe. Now, there was definitely no one who remembered him. Kai Qinghe was unscrupulous in climbing up the officialdom. This guy was cold-blooded and ruthless when he was scheming against others. He agreed that the two armies would advance and retreat together, but in the end, he watched as my 800 people fought against 2,000 enemies without bringing his 1,000 people into the battlefield. After that, he even brought a message to me, saying that he would rather not have military merits than let me, Su Xiao, take the position. Such a formidable person, before he died, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to me, saying that as long as I let his wife and children go, he was willing to die and commit suicide. He was not afraid of being cut into pieces. In the end, of course, I didn't agree to his request. His entire family of more than 30 people, old and young, were all killed in front of him. That's because I, Su Xiao, still had more than 40 brothers standing behind me. Moreover, if I didn't do that, there was bound to be a second Wang Qinghe and a third Song Qinghe who would jump out and harm me. I, Su Xiao, may not be afraid of death, but I'm afraid of my brothers dying for me. Fighting for the country. Fighting for the country requires people to die. Many people have died. As long as I, Su Xiao, am alive, I owe it to those old brothers who died long ago. When did father become afraid of death? It was after I married your mother. In father's world, it was much easier to die than to live. Those who were afraid of death might not necessarily be able to avoid death, but those who weren't afraid of death would definitely die. Father had seen too many people die like this. Moreover, many of them died in father's hands. But the older father got, the more I didn't dare to kill people. Father told himself that even if he didn't care about himself, he had to accumulate virtue and fortune for his 4 children. Wasn't this the reason? No matter how uncouth father was, he also knew that as a parent under the heavens, there was no reason for him to leave anything good for himself. When father was young, he wasn't sensible. He was much more sensible than you were when you were young. He only knew how to muddle along, thinking about the outside world all day long. He wished he could leave home thousands of miles away. How could he think about any home? After the 2 elders left, he didn't feel that he had a home. When he left Liao, he told himself that even if he were to die, he would die in glory outside. He would rather die than return to that small place. Later, he met your mother. After tricking your mother into the family, he felt that wherever she was, that was where my home was. Later, when you guys were born and she left, he felt that wherever you guys were, that was where my home was. Our family was different from many other families. In our family, it was the other way around. Your mother always played the role of the good cop and played the role of the bad guy. As for father, he protected the few of you. Your mother rarely got angry. There was once when father and mother weren't by your side. When father and mother bullied you, you should fight back. If you couldn't beat them, you should use stones to smash them. If you could pick up a knife, you should use a knife to chop them. Your mother got angry. At first, father felt that it was reasonable. My son was such a kind-hearted child. Who would dare to bully him? How could I not let him lie in bed? My son let other people's sons lie in bed. As his father, Su Xiao, let his father lie in bed together. This was the principle of the old Su family. After your mother got angry, she calmly told me that it wasn't that she couldn't bear for others to bully Xiaoyan. It was just that Xiaoyan was destined to not be a child of an ordinary family. If he developed a fierce and perverse character, he would never know how to be kind to others. He wouldn't know that suffering losses was a blessing. In the end, the one who would suffer the most would definitely be her own child. She even said that Su Xiao would die of old age one day. At that time, no one would be able to protect Xiaoyan. Your mother passed away early. Father, who was the most unruly person, couldn't teach you anything. However, I firmly remembered your mother's words. Spoiling a child is equivalent to killing a child. Those few times when I got angry at you, it wasn't because I blamed you. It was because I didn't fulfill my duty as a father well. In the past, you were always unwilling to call me father. I really wasn't angry. Every time you hit me with a broom, every time you hit me, it hurt more and more. I knew then that father was old and you had grown up. This was a great thing. The old man's words were intermittent. They were always interrupted by heavy breathing and difficult coughs. That young figure didn't say anything. He only held the hands of the old man on the bed with both hands. This old man who had never shed tears in front of any of his children, this old martial artist who had been cursed by all levels of society as a butcher, finally couldn't stop his tears from flowing today. Even if the old man wanted to wipe them away, his essence, energy, and spirit had long dried up like oil in a lamp. He also didn't have the strength to raise his hand. Meanwhile, that young man whose expression couldn't even be seen by his older sister and younger brother didn't even dare to stretch out a hand to help the old man wipe away his tears. He was scared that once he let go, the old man really would leave. Being called a loner after becoming an emperor is because there is a difference between the monarch and his subjects. Moreover, after being an emperor for so long, you really don't see yourself as a human anymore. You really think you're some bullshit son of heaven. Our Su family relied on our own efforts to become this king of Bailiang. He's not much different from an emperor. Let's not talk about other things. The feeling of being a loner is not good. Father has tasted it before, so I don't want you to walk down this old path even more. That's why back then, when I let Yen Jishi's family go and let them go to the capital to become relatives of the imperial family, father has never regretted it. Su Xiao even dared to curse the old grand secretary until he was half angered to death, so how could he place a pedantic scholar in his eyes? Father just doesn't want you and Yen Chiji brothers to become enemies. Even if you two are destined not to be brothers, it's good enough to let you two have some good memories. Father's happiest moments these past few years, one was returning home from the border, seeing all of you well, the other was occasionally dreaming of your mother. Ever since your mother agreed to marry me, I, Su Xiao, have always owed her. The only thing father complains about her is that she left early. Between husband and wife, the one who leaves later is the one who suffers the most. This suffering isn't about working hard for the family business, it's all what we men should do. It's just that many times, when something good happens, there's no one by my side to say a few words. Either that, I miss her very much, but I can't see her, right? The world is very big, father has traveled to many places and met many people, but in father's eyes, there has always been only one woman, your mother. At the door, Su Weisheng covered his mouth with a fist, still sobbing uncontrollably. The loquat tree in the courtyard was personally planted by your mother after she came here. In the future, when there are loquats and you miss father and mother, remember to pluck some and put them on the grave. Nian father will leave your second sister and Huang Manor in your care, as well as our Su family. Our Su family's 300,000 armored cavalry, in the future, you'll have to carry them alone. You'll be very tired, don't blame father for letting you take on this burden. The young figure nodded. Huang Manor raised his arm to cover his face, sobbing softly. When the old man said the last words of his life, Su Weisheng threw himself out of the wheelchair, wailing loudly. The young figure raised his head. With his back to the siblings, he only opened his mouth wide, crying silently for fear of disturbing the old man who had his eyes closed. In the end, the old man said, "Father, sleep for a while." Chapter 980. During the rainy season of the first year of Xiangfu, Beiliang Palace removed all of its large red lanterns. The festive red couplets were also replaced with white couplets in the wee hours of the morning. Coincidentally, there was a slanting wind and a drizzle. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind and rain did not stop. The children wanted to be nurtured, but the parents were no longer there. The raindrops struck the roof tiles of the tens of thousands of clumped-together tiles. From far to near, gently and heavily, they wrapped around fine streams of water that trickled down the roof troughs and eaves. It was like a wine cup hanging from a wine cup, a dense web of knocking and gliding notes. When the couplets outside Mount Qingliang were changed to couplets that everyone could see, all of Liangzhou was dumbfounded. Word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Many old people gathered their courage and came to the outside of the prince's mansion at the foot of the mountain to personally see the ghastly white couplets. Then, 2 hours later, not a single firecracker or drum could be heard in the city. The main road of Liangzhou led directly to Beiliang Palace. The streets were covered in white mourning. Afterwards, Liangzhou's provincial governor, Hu Kuei, dressed in mourning robes made from the coarsest linen, led all of the Liangzhou government officials to the Yi Gate. Hu Kuei did not step onto the steps. Instead, he stood at the bottom of the stone steps and faced the tens of thousands of Liangzhou commoners on the main road. After a moment of silence, he turned around and shouted with all his might, "Bow!" The wind and rain were dark. A large swath of people knelt on the streets in a vast expanse of whiteness. 1 bow, 3 kowtows. The sound of the 3 kowtows was as heavy as spring thunder. Bow again. Bow 3 times. 1 bow, 3 kowtows, 3 bows, 9 kowtows. Great Peace City, Jingzhe. The officials of the capital all considered the morning court to be hard work. Many old foxes of the officialdom had long since developed the ability to enter the Forbidden Palace on time. However, 80 to 90% of the officials had gathered early outside the palace gates. A strange celebratory atmosphere appeared on the Imperial Road. No one went to break that layer of window paper. Although everyone in Great Peace City already knew that the old man from Bailiang was finally dead, countless people were clapping and cheering. They formed cliques and groups. For this reason, they floated white after white and were dead drunk. They had to be carried home. According to the laws of the Liang dynasty, the death of a vassal king must be reported by the crown prince to the imperial court and the court of imperial clan within the capital. Lame Su was a king with a different surname, so the court of imperial clan did not mind. Logically speaking, the crown prince should also rush to inform the crown prince. However, the Ministry of Rights in Great Peace City could not wait. The crown prince was magnanimous enough to not fuss over this matter. He only set up a rule that in this morning's imperial court, the crown prince would first present a memorial to the crown prince of Northern Liang. For this reason, the Ministry of Rights was in chaos. First, the Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, who was related to Butcher by marriage, said that he was sick and did not care about the affairs of the Ministry of Rights. Without a leader, the two third-rank left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights had different opinions and could not work together, so they pushed the responsibility to each other. As for Jiang Yongla, who was in charge of the Ministry of Rights, compared to the two cunning assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights, Jiang Yongla was originally one rank lower. He was also in charge of the memorial to the Crown Prince of Rights. Actually, in the past, when he bestowed posthumous titles, there were traces that could be followed. The Crown Prince's thoughts were not too deep. The Song family's young teachers, Wen Huai, and Liu Feiqi's Wen Gong were both written by him. The two were at the back of the Liang dynasty's posthumous titles. Jiang Yongla took one of the four meanings of the word Huai, which corresponded to the meritorious deeds of the Song family's young teacher. The head of the Green Party, Liu Feiqi, took the meaning of consecration. However, when it came to the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, to attempt to make a conclusion about this human butcher, how much courage did he, Jiang Yongla, have? How many heads could he chop off? Even if he was lucky enough to guess the emperor's thoughts, as long as it did not conform to the opinions of the world, or did not conform to the tastes of the court officials, or even cause the martial artists of Bailiang to hold a grudge against him, he, a mere department for purging officials, could casually make things difficult for someone, and he would have no chance in his official career in this lifetime. Jiang Yongla almost wanted to give this fellow a punch, but in the end, he did not have the courage to do so. Pan Chunjian was a true martial artist of the battlefield. If they really fought, even 10 Jiang Yonglas would have to lie down. Jiang Yongla was sullen all day, as if his wife had died. In the past 3 days, he had lost countless strands of hair. In particular, Jingzhe had spent the last few hours sitting by the light of a lamp before morning court. He had practically flipped through the posthumous solution book, yet he was still unable to write. He truly had the heart to die. Before dawn, Jiang Yongla slapped away the teacup and the posthumous solution book, sending them crashing to the ground. This department for purging officials abruptly stood up, almost crazed. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the foggy and pitch-black scenery outside the window. He angrily cursed, "Old man Su, even if you die, you still won't let this Jiang live in peace." The maid waiting outside the door was trembling with fear. She summoned her courage and knocked on the door, but was angrily shouted at by the department for purging officials from inside the room. The maid no longer dared to push open the door and disturb the master's important matter. Jiang Yongla sighed, crouched down, and picked up the posthumous solution book. The book had been soaked in tea. Jiang Yongla raised his sleeve to wipe away the tea stains, then carefully tore open the pages that were stuck together and placed them back on the desk. With disheveled hair, Jiang Yongla stretched out his 5 fingers to stroke his silver-white hair. With a silly chuckle, he sat upright and still, and began to write at a great speed. He separated the civil and military titles, totaling 42 beautiful titles and 15 evil titles, and casually wrote them on a piece of lanting familiar proclamation. When he put down the brush, he was already extraordinarily tired. The Department for Purging officials was gasping for breath. He turned his head and ordered the maid outside to bring in a copper coin. After the confused and beautiful maid entered the room, she saw the master point at a piece of familiar proclamation whose writing could faintly be seen through the back of the paper. He had her place the copper coin on the paper. After the maid did so, she was dismissed by Jiang Yongla with a wave of his hand. Jiang Yongla pressed down on the copper coin with one hand and flipped over the familiar proclamation with the other. As a result, the Department for Purging officials, who intended to resign himself to fate, saw the words that the copper coin was leaning against. Li. Posthumous solution, meritorious service to the country, slaughtering the innocent. Jiang Yongla hesitated for a moment, then muttered to himself, "This is the will of heaven." The eastern sky started to turn white. In the main hall, there were many talents and officials. Most of them were wearing the purple court robes that only third-rank officials could wear. Some of the elders who were conferred the title of Duke and Marquis even had official patches embroidered with pythons. The assistant ministers and officials who wore the red robes were mostly at the back. Now that they had been conferred the title of king and vassal, there was only one crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, left in the main hall. He stood alone in front of the officials to his left and right, closest to the 9 steps. The emperor of the Zhao family sat on the dragon throne. 2 giant incense burners were surrounded by immortal qi. He sat in the north and looked towards the south. When the weather was good, he could even see the imperial road far away. The emperor looked away. Almost no one in the main hall dared to raise their heads. Only Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu, 2 or 3 officials of the 6 departments, and a few generals dared to look at him. Only Tantanan Huan raised his head and stared. The emperor didn't know what the old man was looking at. He looked around. The Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, didn't come to court. The new Minister of War, Chen Jibao, had his eyes closed. Gu Jiantang guarded the border all year round and all the military officials in the main hall looked up to him. It was said that Chen Jibao had received old Minister Gu's instructions. At the beginning, he was well behaved and many of the military affairs were handled according to the new Minister of War's wishes. Actually, Chen Jibao didn't get involved and was rather lazy. He spent his days in the Gu hut reading. Later, Gulu probably felt that this little person was at his wit's end and started to provoke him. In the end, the treasurer of the Ministry of War, Huang Yi, was stripped of his official robes and thrown out of the Gu hut. The assistant ministers in the Gu hut, Shuang Lu, Lu Baijie and Lu Xingxiang didn't do anything and didn't even lift their eyelids. Huang Yi, who had a wide network of connections, went everywhere to persuade them. After this, the censorate started to impeach Minister Qin. In the end, the emperor casually revoked manager Huang Yi's official 4th-rank title. Under the emperor's feet, Huang Yi didn't dare to be angry or say anything. He ran to the border to relax. However, the pillar of country, Gu Jiantang, didn't even want to see him. Huang Yi was still a bachelor and became a joke in the capital. Chapter 981. If the group of old fellows from the censorate didn't bark at the morning court in Liang, it wouldn't have led to chaos among the various factions. The various ministries had always been concise and to the point when announcing matters in court. Because the emperor was extremely diligent and often worked through the night to approve matters, as officials, they had to be more understanding. All kinds of matters would receive the emperor's nod or rejection in the central government of the dynasty. The policies passed would then be disseminated to the world and benefit the north and south. Today's morning court was unusually smooth. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, reported to the emperor about last year's land measurement and tax collection in Jiangnan and Guangling, as well as the audit of the various storehouses and granaries. As the next helmsman of the Zhang faction, Wang Xionggui's knowledge and achievements were outstanding. When he reported, his voice was mellow. Not to mention that the content was a good thing, just Wang Xionggui's calm demeanor was enough to subdue the younger generation in the hall. The Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, also gave an old-fashioned and suspicious report of victory. He concluded last year's capital examination of the achievements of the various officials in the capital. The emperor also took advantage of the situation to have Minister Zhao, who was born of a concubine, preside over this year's great evaluation of the world's officials. Yin Mao Chen, who was number 1 among the prime ministers, would no longer assist him. Last year's capital examination was the emperor's intention to have Zhao Yusong kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. In reality, it was to pave the way for Prime Minister Yin. Everyone in the main hall was well aware that if the Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, wasn't present in the hall today, they would have announced that Yin Mao Chen would be presiding over this year's imperial examination. The so-called disciples spread all over the world, but the number of pillars of the imperial court who could be said to be the mainstay of the imperial court could actually be counted on one's fingers. Old Master Song, Grand Secretary Zhang. It was very simple. Soon after, Chen Jibao, who rarely spoke in court, opened his eyes. When he took a step to the side and entered the field of vision of all the civil and military officials, a purple-robed official who had been secretly moistening his throat immediately shrank back. Chen Jibao's words were cold. He spoke about the 2 Liao guard stations and the disbanding of the military towns in Ji province. He also spoke about the rebellion of the 16 clans in Nanzhao and Huai province over the imperial wood. This immediately cooled the festive atmosphere in the palace. However, the important officials in the front row quickly glanced at the emperor's face and still maintained their smiles. They were not in a hurry to speak. They only smiled and warmly asked Minister Qin to go with them to the ceremonial pavilion to discuss slowly with the scholars. Naturally, there would be a few clerks recording and archiving things on the side. Afterwards, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, who had a conflict with Minister Wang of the Ministry of Revenue last year, reported on the matter. There were also 2 Grand Secretaries of the Ministry of Justice who filled in the gaps and said some irrelevant things. Then, when the left servant Huan Wen finally slowly withdrew his gaze and coughed, everyone immediately became alert. A good show was about to begin. The blue-eyed, purple-bearded Zhang Julu was standing right next to Tantanon, but he turned a deaf ear to this. He only looked towards an empty space not far from Crown Prince Xiao Zhuan. 2 years ago, there was still a chair set up for West Chu's Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji. Only, ever since the old man entered the Ministry of Justice and resigned from his position as the left servant, he was demoted to a mere second-rank Guangling Dao scripture envoy. Now, there was no one left. Grand Secretary Zhang then turned around to look behind him. His student Wang Xiongui and many other ministers were all looking towards Jiang Yongle. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Personnel Zhao Yuling, who was standing next to him, just happened to be looking behind Grand Secretary Zhang. Caught red-handed, Zhao Yuling, who emerged from Eternal Hui's spring, immediately turned his head. From Eternal Hui first year to Eternal Hui fourth year, it was precisely the beginning of the current emperor's ascension to the throne. Zhang Julu also became the current Grand Secretary at that time, continuously ruling the imperial examinations for 4 years. He, Zhao Yuling, his fellow countryman Yuan Gua, as well as Yin Mao Chen, Wang Xiongui, and Han Lin, these 3 were all carps that jumped over the Dragon's Gate, could be considered fellow disciples of the same master, all of them Grand Secretary Zhang's disciples. However, in the end, it was first Ministry of Works Yuan Gua who left Zhangdang in dismay, then Yin Mao Chen who entered Hanlin Academy, establishing his own school. Immediately afterwards, Han Lin was also expelled from Zhangdang by Grand Secretary Zhang, never stepping foot into that Zhangdang again. The Ministry of Personnel, which had great authority among the 6 ministries, had always been viewed as Grand Secretary Zhang's own residence. Unfortunately, during these years, they also seemed to be united on the outside, but actually broke apart. Zhao Yuling felt a bit of guilt towards this, but it couldn't be said to be regretful. He, Zhao Yuling, wasn't willing to submit to others. Being under Grand Secretary Zhang was still fine, but who did that Wang Xiongui think he was? Back then, in the imperial examinations, he only obtained 3rd place. Why was it that Wang Xiongui was the one who was able to enter the eyes of Grand Secretary Zhang and the Imperial Academy's left Chancellor Huanwen? And not him, Zhao Yuling. Now that General Gu had left the Ministry of War, the 6 ministries had returned to normal, and the Ministry of Personnel in his hands was in charge. Zhao Yuling really wanted to know if the Grand Secretary regretted choosing Wang Xiongui as the future leader of the Zhang faction. A trembling voice in the Great Hall interrupted the Minister of Personnel's reverie. Jiang Yongla of the Department for Purging Officials of the Ministry of Rights braced himself and walked out of the ranks. He slowly knelt down and said, "Minister Jiang Yongla has something to report." When Jiang Yongla gritted his teeth and proposed the posthumous title of the King of Beiliang, the imperial court was in an uproar. The meritorious generals even let out undisguised mocking sneers, while the civil officials all had strange expressions. Zhang Julu frowned, and Tantanon began to stare blankly at the beam of the Great Hall again. Yang Xinxing, who wore a second-rank lion official robe, was a famous general of the current era who had made a name for himself in the spring and autumn period. He had been granted the title of General of an Kingdom. He was already in his 80s, but several generals who were 7 or 8 years younger than him had lived longer than him. After those old fellows died and were granted posthumous titles, there were few descendants in their families who could hold up the position. As for those who inherited the titles of General of an Kingdom, there was a gap in age between them. Moreover, because their military achievements and reputation were insufficient, it was very difficult for them to be mentioned in the same breath as Yang Xinxing. It could be said that among the military officials of Liang, other than Gu Jiantang and 2 other old generals, no one dared to not listen to Yang Xinxing, who was in charge of the military defense of Jingji. The old but sturdy Yang Xinxing saw that no one in the Great Hall was responding, so he casually walked out. When old people entered the Great Hall, they had to kneel, but there was no need for them to do so. Yang Xinxing first cupped his fists and saluted toward the dragon throne. He then looked at Jiang Yongla and sneered, "Su Shao has committed grave sins. When he was alive, he was the king of Beiliang and even received the title of Pillar of the State. He was already immensely benevolent. Now that he's dead, how can he be worthy of Wuxiba? Casually pick one of the first few posthumous titles, and the imperial court will already be treating Su Shao well." When the old general said this, Jiang Yongla didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His head was so low that it almost touched the ground. The 4th-rank Skylark official patch on his back was clearly soaked with sweat. The Zhao family's son leaned back against the dragon throne with a faint smile. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xingxiang, stepped out and said calmly, "I think Su Shao should be posthumous." The imperial court was in an uproar. This posthumous title was one of the last few in the list of posthumous titles. Betraying one's superiors and rebelling against one's superiors was almost the same as defining Su Shao as a traitor of the Liang dynasty. Many people looked toward the Minister of War, Chen Zhibao, who was in front of Lu Xingxiang. Unfortunately, his tall and straight back was as steady as Mount Tai, and they couldn't see any clues. Zhao Yuling seemed to see the shoulders of the Grand Secretary at the front of the line move slightly. Then, the former Beiliang official, who was now a relative of the imperial court, Yan Jishi, stepped out. Last year, Sir Yan, who had been appointed as the Grand Secretary of the Cave Abyss Pavilion, shook his sleeves and knelt down. He said in a low voice, "I think the words of the great general of Ngua are more appropriate." This disappointed many of the officials who hoped that this fellow would stubbornly insist on giving Su Shao a posthumous title. However, very quickly, the disappointed officials and generals smiled knowingly. The Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Jean Lanting, stepped out of the line and said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, I agree with Assistant Minister Lu's suggestion. Su Shao has stolen Bailiang, and his treacherous actions are too numerous to be recorded. Only by giving him the posthumous title of military resistance can we pacify the people of the world. The corner of the Zhao family's emperor's mouth curled up, but he still didn't say anything. The left chancellor, Yao Baifeng, snorted. Not only did he step out of the line, but he also intentionally or unintentionally used his shoulder to push Jean Lanting. Only then did he say, Great General Su Zhao's contributions to the imperial court cannot go unnoticed, and no one can compare to him. The posthumous title that corresponds to his military merits can be either the two words resolute, or Huan, which is the most appropriate. As a result, there was an uproar all around. No matter how good the officials' mental fortitude was, they also began to whisper to their colleagues beside them. Jean Lanting sneered, Su Shao has military merits, but they are all opportunities bestowed upon him by the imperial court. It is only the trend of the times, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. How can such an ignorant person be worthy of Huan Ilia's posthumous title? What a joke! Official Yao, aren't you afraid that once this posthumous title is given, the people of the world will be disappointed? With Jean Lanting being the first evil person to shed all pretenses of cordiality, the three grand secretaries of the imperial court, who had already discussed this beforehand, quickly stepped out of the line and agreed with Lu Xingxiang in Jean Lanting's posthumous title. The big shots of the imperial censorate also responded one after another. The public mood immediately surged, many sarcastic and ear-piercing words appearing. Xiongzhou's great scholar, Yao Baifeng, was so angry his face turned pale. From start to finish, the Minister of War who should be speaking out against lame Su the most didn't open his mouth, and Grand Secretary Zhang who should be adding fuel to the fire also remained silent. During this time, the Ministry of Appointments Xiao Yuling and Ministry of Revenues Wang Xiongui seemed to have a tacit understanding, both of them wishing to step out at the same time. In the end, Tantanon turned around and glared at them, both of them pulling back their steps with bitter smiles. In the end, after the emperor stood up, he expressionlessly looked down on the civil and military officials of the imperial court, lightly saying this before withdrawing from the court. Merits and demerits offset, Su Zhao's posthumous title is Wuli, the civil and military officials, each harboring their own thoughts, filed out of the hall. Many of the important officials' gazes towards the Ministry of Rights Department for purging officials Jiang Yongla became a bit warmer. This brat was clearly going to run into dog shit luck. Who would have thought that such a great disaster would actually forcefully turn into an enormous blessing for him? Huan Wen surprisingly didn't leave the hall together with his good friend Zhang Julu, instead quickening his steps, crossing over the threshold early on, walking with all smiles behind Jean Sabin who was just about to walk down the white jade steps. He patted his shoulder, telling this refined right chancellor that he had something to discuss. Soon after, a robust young man walked to the corner of the corridor outside the hall. Jean Lanting thought that this was his suggestion from the morning court and that it was accepted by the Zhang faction behind Tantanon. He was a bit secretly delighted, feeling that he was most likely going to become Zhang Lu's new noble. In the end, the result was that old man Huan smashed a fist into Jean Lanting's face with all his strength, cursing, "How many knives did I take from you in the past? Later, I'll pay you back according to the amount of silver, you dog thing." The right chancellor covered his face, staring blankly at the old man's departing figure, as if the sky had collapsed. On the steps, the left chancellor Yao Baifeng and Zhang Julu, who had rarely interacted with each other, were unexpectedly standing side by side today. Huan Wen walked over, and the three elders looked at the imperial road outside the palace gate together. Among the majestic figures of the officials, Chen Jibao was the most eye-catching. The civil and military officials of the pillars of the dynasty were all discussing spiritedly. Without exception, they were all waiting to see the new king of Bailiang make a fool of himself. When they thought of the comical scene of the young man receiving the imperial edict, they couldn't stop laughing. Before Chen Jibao walked out of the palace gate, he turned his head to look at the roof of the main hall. On this side of the steps, Wanwen was still angry, saying, "What a wonderful season of hibernation." Zhang Julu sneered softly, "All living things are shaken when they come out, and hibernating insects are startled away." Chapter 982. In Liang's officialdom, there were 3 similarities. That was, the Minister of Appointments, Zhao Yuling, and the Assistant Minister of Works, Yuan Guo, coincidentally had the same teacher as Zhang Julu. They were both children of humble concubines from the old northern Han's Jinmen commandery. During the reign of Yonghui, they both participated in the imperial examinations. One was the Zhuang Yuan, the other was the second, causing Jinmen commandery, which had very few grand scholars, to become famous overnight. The 2 manors were only 200 to 300 paces apart. They frequently visited each other, and the neighbors were already used to it. Today, not only had Yuan Guo come to the Zhao manor, but Minister Zhao's in-law, Yin Mao Chen, also came. The 2 important officials of the court had brought their children. The juniors were all about the same age, and the children of the 3 surnames were also good friends. At that time, Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, had drunk and molested Zhao Yuling's second daughter. Of course, he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Moreover, he had beaten up the only son of the Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Xingyan, who had come out to mediate the fight. Unfortunately, he had provoked 4 families at once. However, it was a blessing in disguise. As a result, Wang Yuanran's title as the #1 young master in the capital was confirmed. Although he had been dragged to the Zhao manor by his father, the Minister of Revenue, to kneel for an hour in front of the Zhao manor, this did not prevent young Master Wang from being in the limelight in Great and City. Yuan Guo had no wife or children, but he had the best relationship with children among the younger generation. While Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chen, these 2 in-laws, were using the winter snow in the cellar to make tea, Yuan Guo was still drinking with a large group of young men and women. He personally heated up the wine and handed it over, not feeling that it was beneath him. The dozen or so juniors were used to it and actually felt that it was right and proper. For example, Yin Maochuan's eldest son, Yin Changing, when he was young, he would sit on Uncle Yuan's neck every day and pee. The uncle and nephew even jokingly agreed that in the future, Yin Changing would take care of Assistant Minister Yuan in his old age and send him off when he died. Just like when Han Xingyan went to drink with prostitutes for the first time when he was young, he was tricked by the old Yuan Guo. This made the old scholar Han Lin furious, so angry that he ran to the Yuan mansion's tightly shut main door without wearing shoes and cursing for a long time. As for Yuan Guo, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When he opened the door, he would pick his ear wax with one hand and hold the wine pot he had casually stolen from the brothel with the other. With a mischievous smile, he asked Assistant Minister Han if he wanted to drink, angering Han Lin to the point that he broke off all relations with Yuan Guo. However, after this, Han Xingyan would often sneakily ask Yuan Guo for wine. Han Lin couldn't control him even if he wanted to, so he might as well not be troubled by it. Yin Changing and Han Xingyan, as proper officials of the capital, had both participated in that morning court session. However, their ranks weren't high enough to enter the hall, so they naturally couldn't hear the storm raging in the hall clearly. At this time, Yuan Guo was sitting on the couch, holding Yin Maochuan's eldest grandson in his arms. He dipped his chopsticks in wine for the child to open his mouth and taste while vividly describing the 8 immortals crossing the sea in the imperial court. After Assistant Minister Yuan's embellishment, everyone who heard it was shocked. Just then, Grand Secretary Zhang's unbetrothed daughter and Prime Minister Yin's youngest daughter also entered the room. Yuan Guo, like an old urchin, shamelessly asked the 2 girls to be his uncle and massage his shoulders. Zhang Gaoxia, who was notorious among the children of Great and City Yamen, glared at him. She, who was wearing a sword, pulled it out 2 inches and then fiercely returned it to its scabbard. Assistant Minister Yuan, who was familiar with this heroine's temperament, could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yin Heyun was much more obedient. She sat diagonally by the couch and massaged this uncle's shoulders. Enchanting shot a glance at the tall Zhang Gaoxia and then quickly retracted his gaze. He chatted idly with his wife, who had returned to her maternal home today, about trivial household chores. Han Xingyan's expression didn't change. He only sighed inwardly. How could he not know Brother Yin's feelings for Zhang Gaoxia? Before he became the groom, all of his friends of the same age were congratulating Brother Yin on becoming Minister Zhao's son-in-law. They all said that the Yin and Zhao families were well matched in terms of social status and that they were a perfect match. But that night, Yin Changying had only dragged him and Han Xingyan to a small restaurant to drink to drown their sorrows. Han Xingyan exhaled. Why else would it be said that threads of love were easy to tie and hard to untie? Speaking of which, it was strange. In terms of beauty, Zhang Gaoxia wasn't even as good as his sister-in-law. She had the same pair of blue eyes as her father, the Grand Secretary. Also, if a woman's lack of talent was a virtue, then Zhang Gaoxia really deserved to be unable to get married. She could compete with the Crown Prince consort, who was nicknamed Female Scholar, and no man could beat her. Her swordsmanship was also extraordinary. She had studied under the Donghua sword pool great-grandmaster Song Nianqing and the #1 swordsman of the capital, Qi Jiajie. Naturally, she was nothing but an embroidered pillow. Even the Tangxi sword immortal, Liu Baijie, praised her talent in the way of the sword. The first prince, Zhao Wu, had suffered at Zhang Gaoxia's hands. This woman was truly a heroine who could do as she pleased in Great Peace City. In any case, if she was alone, no one could beat her. Competing in family background. Sorry, her biological father was Zhang Julu, and her adoptive father was Huan Wen. There was also a large group of court officials like Yuan Gua, who had left the Zhang faction but still cared about their relationship, supporting her. Who would dare? Yuan Gua still wanted to take a pair of chopsticks for Prime Minister Yin's young grandson to dip in wine, but Zhang Gaoxia, who couldn't stand it anymore, snatched the child away. Yuan Gua could only change the topic and ask, where were we just now? Minister Zhao's youngest son, Zhao Wenwei, was still a youth. He said excitedly, Uncle Yuan was just talking about how that Imperial College's third young master Jean had a bloody nose and a swollen face for some reason. Yuan Gua chuckled and said, that's right, this old punch was given by our Tantanon's old master Huan. It was truly crafty and ruthless. Poor Chancellor Jean first angered Master Yao, and now he was beaten by old Master Huan, who was once half his official guide. Blessings never come in pairs, misfortunes never come singly. Therefore, you melon children, in the future, you must remember to tuck your tail between your legs when you become an official. Don't get too carried away. There's always a higher mountain. Whether it's Uncle Yuan or your father, their hats aren't small, right? Heh, you still can't avoid convention. The three families knew each other well, and with Yuan Gua around, there wasn't any taboo at all. Han Xingyan frowned and said in a low voice, Uncle Yuan, although Chancellor Jin's hobby is to strike at Bailiang's betrayal and rely on this to gain a good name and reputation in the court, and his table manners are somewhat despicable, in the end, it's beneficial to the imperial court and the country. Furthermore, he does have a lot of brilliant ideas from a strategically advantageous position, making people can't help but slap the table in praise. He and Master Yao are at odds with each other inside and outside the Imperial College. This is a good thing for left servant Shi, so why did he have to fight? Aren't you afraid that this will enter His Majesty's ears? Yuan Gua slurped down a mouthful of wine and subconsciously rubbed his ears. He laughed and said, why would old Master Huan care about such a trivial matter? You guys are too young. Back then, when your father and I entered the imperial court as officials, the Grand Secretary's temper was exceptionally good. The one who was worse was old Master Huan. Uncle Yuan was pulled by the ear and scolded quite a bit back then. That's right, the matter of old Master Huan beating up Jean Lanting, forget it if you've heard about it, but don't talk about it in this room. It won't be good if word of it gets out. Otherwise, I'll have a headache from your father's nagging. Yuan Gua saw that Enchanting wanted to say something but stopped, so he drank all the wine in his cup in one gulp. He cried out in satisfaction and extended his cup to let Han Xingyan fill it to the brim. He grabbed a peanut and threw it into the wine cup. The wine was excellent and could hang in the cup, so even if the wine had already reached the top of the cup, it still didn't overflow at all. The assistant minister lowered his head to look at the ripples and was somewhat absent-minded. When he raised his head, he regained his composure and gently swirled the wine cup with a smile. I know what you guys want to ask the most. It's not that I can't talk about this matter, but... The heroine, who was teasing Yin Maochuan's grandson, said unhappily, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. Yuan Gua chuckled and raised his head to drink all the strong wine in one gulp. He chewed on the peanuts that tasted full of wine and said with an intoxicated expression, Wu conferred the title of 18. The Li character was originally a genuine evil title. When this old man Song wrote, Jia Shi, it was the late emperor who instructed him to change this character from evil to beauty. However, it was at the bottom of the 18 beautiful titles. The old Grand Secretary, who is also the teacher of Uncle Yuan's teacher, is the teacher of our heroine Zhang's father. He has always held a great grudge against the king of Beiliang. The late emperor's actions may not have been without original thoughts. This thought only surfaced during this year's hibernation awakening. When the current emperor bestowed this character, he put even more thought into it. Given His Majesty's bearing, he naturally wouldn't give Great General Su any evil titles. If he were to generously give the other 17 beautiful titles, the Great Hall would be thrown into chaos that day. After talking about the imperial court, let's talk about Beiliang. From His Royal Highness, the young man who became the king of Beiliang from hereditary succession, should he accept this title that's neither high nor low? If he doesn't accept the imperial edict. Han Xingyan smiled and said, does this guy want to tell the world that the Su family is going to rebel? Yuan Gua put down his wine cup and dismissed Han Xingyan's judgment with a smile. He continued, if Beiliang swallows his anger and accepts this imperial edict, given Beiliang's loyalty to the old vassal king, the new vassal king will undoubtedly lose the confidence of the army and the people. It's no different from tearing down his own house. With Uncle Yuan's words, do you think the young king of Beiliang should accept the imperial edict or not? Xingyan, I'm asking you. Han Xingyan thought about it and smiled. I bet that guy still doesn't dare to not accept it. He'll just try his best to minimize the big matter and pretend to be calm and do his best to suppress the matter of the posthumous title. Enchanting furrowed his brows and said, it's difficult. The scholars are all watching. Even if Beiliang blocks the news and the people don't know much, how can so many scholars not have access to the news? What's even more difficult is that accepting the imperial edict is unfilial. The 300,000 cavalry will look down on the new king. If he doesn't accept it, he'll be disloyal. Many scholars rushing to Beiliang will also have thoughts. In any case, the new vassal king is destined to be difficult. If he doesn't handle it well, he won't be able to please both sides. Yuan Guo glanced at Zhang Gaoxia and twirled his wine cup between his fingers. He laughed softly and said, this is just the first move in the new chess game between the imperial court and Beiliang. Next, the new vassal king will have to observe mourning for 3 years. No one in the imperial court is willing to ask for a revival of the love seizure for the new vassal king. This middle game, which will take 3 years, is even more of a headache. Even if he survives the middle game and resolves the hard-pressed internal problems, I'm afraid he'll have to face a hasty conclusion. If Bei Mang insists on fighting Beiliang first, Yuan Gua didn't say anything else. Chapter 983. Han Xingyan said quietly, it sounds like this new Prince Liang's future days are going to be quite miserable. Enchanting laughed coldly and said, it is indeed extremely miserable. Yuanguo left the small couch, his body swaying as he said, I'm drunk. Go find your father to drink some hangover tea. Yuanguo's hands rubbed his earlobes out of habit, swaying as he walked out of the room. Right now, the spring breeze still carried cold air. When the wind blew, he shivered. He turned around and saw Zhang Gaoxia following behind him. He slowed down his steps, saying in self-mockery, I, Yuanguo, am the most useless of the eternal Spring. During those years, Elder Huan scolded me the most and fiercely, and I have also disappointed Grand Secretary Great Sir. Zhang Gaoxia said this coldly, and then turned around to head towards Enchanting and Han Xingyan. You are indeed the most disappointed. It was as if Yuanguo didn't hear anything, continuing to walk forward, his steps unsteady. This muddle-headed Prime Minister second in the Ministry of Works walked up to a giant spring god lake boulder that was 2 people tall, stopping in front of it, laughing to his heart's content. Speaking of which, in such a large family, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu wasn't some strict father, nor was he some kind of loving father. He never interfered with family matters, and when he treated his children, he always carried a cold attitude of letting them live or die on their own. The eldest son didn't seem to have inherited the Grand Secretary father's knowledge and talent, mediocre and unaccomplished. He served as a county magistrate in a lower county with less than 3,000 families on the outskirts of the capital. After 6 whole years, he still couldn't take a single step forward. In reality, even now, that county's officials still didn't know that this person was the Grand Secretary Great Sir's son. The second son was only a bookworm, unable to rely on the family's good fortune to enter Hanlin Academy and become a Yellow Door scholar, remaining a nobody. The younger son could only be considered idle, not even having half the guts to do evil. As time passed, even though he was Grand Secretary Zhang's young master, Wang Yuanran, and the other capital's hedonistic young masters whose family backgrounds were clearly much lower than his didn't like to bring him out to play anymore, feeling like this fellow was too useless, bringing him out was just too shameful. Grand Secretary Zhang's daughters also married into mediocre families. Every time they returned to their mother's home, they wouldn't even be able to see their father's face. Even if Zhang Julu had nothing to do at home, he would still remain in his study, never showing his face. His daughters only dared to bring their husbands who couldn't even stand steadily in front of their Grand Secretary father-in-law to the study entrance, timidly greeting him with a few words through the door. Grand Secretary Zhang would at most respond with a neither light nor heavy sound, many times completely ignoring them. Only when Grand Secretary Zhang occasionally saw his grandson who had just learned how to walk would he reveal a faint smile. That was why in this manner, the only one who could exchange a few words with this father whose power could overturn all levels of society was the only one left, the still unmarried Zhang Gaoxia. The purple-bearded, blue-eyed Grand Secretary sat alone in the dimly lit study. This study was precisely Zhang Manor's thunder pool, not even his daughter Zhang Gaoxia could enter. After all these years, the number of people who could sit here could naturally be counted on one's fingers. Huan Wen was one of them, because there was only one chair in this room. Whoever sat down, it meant that the Grand Secretary had to stand. Zhang Julu never had any interest in fine wine or fine food, nor did he take any concubines. His wife was the daughter of his respected teacher, the old Grand Secretary. When that old woman married Zhang Julu, there was already a saying in the capital that the daughter of the Grand Secretary was the wife of the #1 scholar. When her husband also became the Grand Secretary, her appearance became even more revered, even the current Empress Xiao Ji having to treat her with respect. Only, the two's feelings were as indifferent as water, not exchanging many words throughout the year, treating each other with respect like a guest, even more so like ice. Zhang Julu also didn't have any interest in the 19 paths, but he was rather obsessed with the Chinese chess that Huang Longsher pioneered. Only, apart from Huan Wen, this old friend, he rarely fought with others on the chessboard. Most of the time, he just played with himself. Even after playing for more than 20 years, he still didn't get tired of it. Right now, Zhang Julu was moving the red and black chess pieces separately on the chessboard. This set of chess pieces and chessboard was completely carved from ivory. This expensive Chinese chess was sent over by Yuan Guo back in the day. There were top scholars, second scholars, and third scholars every year, but the group of young talents who entered the court's field of vision during the short 4 years of the spring of Yonghui were now famous officials who held great power in the court. As a result, they were destined to leave behind rich and colorful pages of praise in the annals of history. Of these nobles who were no longer young, Yuan Guo was the most interesting one. He was publicly acknowledged to be the most talented, but his reputation was the least prominent. His temperament was the most lively, and he was the most dissolute and unscrupulous. If this happened to an ordinary civil official, this would be called a distinguished scholar, but for an official who wanted to become a cabinet official, this kind of image was very fatal. Thus, at the time, no one would have thought of Assistant Minister Yuan, who was hanging around in the Ministry of Works. Not to mention Zhao Yuling, Wang Xiongui, and Yin Mao Chen, even the Ministry of Justice's Han Lin, who had a similar rank, was more outstanding than Yuan Guo. It was hard to imagine that Yuan Guo was the first of these 5 people to cross the threshold of the 4th level. Unfortunately, just having a good first move was not beneficial to the overall situation. The officialdom was a place that emphasized gradual progress, and later strength became more and more important. Otherwise, there would only be a miserable end of a strong start but a weak finish. Zhang Julu held a chess piece between 2 fingers and gently tapped the pile of dead chess pieces stacked up on the side of the chessboard. He muttered to himself, "The chess is good, but it lacks maturity. It can't be called a wonderful chess piece that can be used freely. At this time, it is too close together. Next, I can only either not use it or use it too much. But this is also human nature. After losing for so many years, if I don't make a comeback, I won't even have a chance to win against him in the future." This Grand Secretary glanced at the disorderly chessboard and lost interest. He stood up and walked to the window. The green willows in the courtyard were only half yellow and half unevenly distributed. It was indeed spring. Zhang Julu sank into deep thought. He turned around and picked up a red chess piece from the chessboard, engraved with the character Xiang. Zhang Julu smiled. Take advantage of the fact that Yuan Benqi's scheme has not succeeded. 1 item for 1 item. It's time to hand it over to you. Just as the imperial edict was about to reach the border of Beiliang, a rider quietly left the city early in the morning. This white-clothed man, carrying a flagon of plum wine, followed the imperial road and left the capital directly. That day, in the morning court session, amidst the muffled sound of spring thunder outside the hall, the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, read out 3 imperial edicts. The Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, resigned from his official position and retired to his hometown. He will be replaced by Assistant Minister Yuan Guo of the Ministry of Works. Chen Jibao will resign from his official position and will be enfeoffed as the vassal state of Shishu. The Minister of War will be Assistant Minister Liu Baijie. The capital was shaken. Rumor had it that numerous old officials stumbled out of the ranks and knelt on the ground, sobbing. They directly admonished the Son of Heaven in court. They did not care about being reserved in their words and directly said that Chen Jibao should not be allowed to return the tiger to the mountain. They also said that Beiliang was an example of that. It was fine to let a tiger live once, but how could they allow Chen Jibao to gain power again? The emperor replied with, "Court is dismissed if there is nothing to do." Due to this, the 2 new ministers, Yuan Guo and Liu Baijie, who had both been promoted, did not have many words of congratulations. In the twilight, a middle-aged monk in white robes very absurdly entered the city with a woman by his side. Everyone knew that the court was wantonly destroying Buddhas. The armored soldiers at the city gates all stared at this man and woman in disbelief. Did this monk come to Great Peace City to seek death? The people of the capital, who were used to seeing grand scenes, all looked over like they were looking at a monster. The woman with ordinary looks joked, "In the past, when I wanted to see you, I couldn't see you even if I stood on my tiptoes. I had to jump and jump." The white-clothed monk rubbed his bald head and smiled warmly. "At that time, I felt that the daughter of some family had really good legs. I jumped a few li." The woman pinched him and snorted. "When you come to the capital, don't flirt with foxes." "How could I?" Chapter 984. "As long as a shameless vixen comes to seduce you, I'll take care of her." "That's a bit difficult." "Wife, do it now." Boast all you want. Do you see who recognized you now? Also, those women who are still thinking about you are already old. I don't care about them." "Wife, you don't care about them, but you care about them. You might as well not care about them. Are you looking for a beating? There are really people in this world who believe that eating your flesh can make them immortal. Ah. If one's heart is not sincere, what is the use of fasting for 60 years? If one's heart is not good, what is the use of becoming a monk for 100 years? In my opinion, rather than burning incense and praying to the gods and Buddhas, it is better to accumulate fortune and become a bodhisattva." "Wife, you also went to listen to Abbot Hui Exayan's sermon. Don't you like to listen to that?" "Humph. At the time, I went to borrow money from the old abbot. The old monk clearly has money, but he said he doesn't have money. He just nagged me about this. It's not right for a monk to not talk nonsense." "Ha, wife, Abbot Hui Exayan was not lying when he said he doesn't have money. Those silvers, in his eyes, are the bricks of the temple, the pages of the Buddhist scriptures." "Oh? Didn't you have that stupid Nanbei secretly hide those silvers with the old abbot?" "Ah, wife, look, there are so many people in Great Peace City. I miss our families Lizzie and Nanbei. I miss them too." Hey, the two men looking at you, who are they? Other than that guy Huang Longsher, is there another man who wants to steal my man? Be careful, go and find me a brick. Are you looking for a beating?" One is His Majesty the Emperor, the other is called Yuan Benshi." "Then I'm going to buy rouge, I'm going to borrow some silver from them." "I'm not stupid. I cannot return the money I borrowed from the old abbot, but if I borrow from them, can I not return it?" "That's right." The two people in front put their hands together. While they did not believe in Buddhism, they still bowed to this white-robed monk who had once traveled thousands of miles to the west. But this white-robed monk turned and smiled at his wife's leaving figure. Nanzhao's Hui province was not peaceful. Along the way, one's eyes were filled with fleeing commoners, collapsed wooden beams, and piles of black gravel that looked like grave mounds. The ancient wooden merchant road on the river where the 5 streams intersected was not as bustling as it used to be. Not a single boat could be seen at the dock. A young monk and a young girl were standing by the river at the ferry. The young girl was lying on her stomach on the ground. She stuck her head out of the water and used the clear water as a mirror. She was carefully smoothing out the messy black hair on her forehead and temples. The exhausted girl sat up and patted the dust in front of her. She said helplessly, "Stupid Nanbei, those refugees don't even have enough to eat. What's the use of preaching to them? You won't be able to fill your stomach. Master said that the will arose from fate. Stop. Listening to you preach makes me hungry. If you keep nagging, I'll really starve to death." "Oh. I'll go find food for you." Strange words suddenly came from behind the young monk and the girl. The girl turned her head and frowned. It was a group of sloppy local ruffians. There were as many as 30 of them. Their bodies were strong, and most of them wore animal skins on their shoulders. They were clearly much more courageous and powerful than ordinary wanderers. They were probably the so-called barbarians of Wuxi in Jianghu. The girl stood up and tugged at the young monk's cassock cuff. Her eyes indicated that he could not afford to offend them. In the past, she would not have been so easy to talk to when she traveled Jianghu. When it came to fighting and beating people, she was still a so-so. But after bringing along stupid Nanbei with her, she rarely caused trouble. The barbarians of Wuxi kept spewing obscenities, but the two of them were foreigners and could not understand the awkward dialect. However, the barbarians' eyes said everything. They had taken a fancy to the girl beside the young monk. Because of the battle for the river in Huangmu, the Wuxi region in Huai province had been affected by the flames of war. Furthermore, the Liang court had never been able to control Nanzhao well. Some of the powers had often taken advantage of the merchants of the Central Plains to rob them. Many of the villages and shops had been swept clean. This could be considered fortunate. Losing money could still avert disaster, but many people had lost their lives. The girl said softly, "Let's jump into the stream." The young monk shook his head and said, "Aren't you hungry? How can you have the strength to swim?" The girl was so angry that she wanted to knock this idiot's head, but the young monk had already walked forward alone. He put his palms together and blocked the way. A barbarian from the Five Streams tribe strode forward and gave this little bald donkey who was courting death a punch on the head. After that, he took a few steps back and shook his wrist, only to feel a sharp pain. Then, he turned his head and babbled on and on. The next barbarian of Wuxi laughed nastily and jogged. He jumped high and kicked the strange young monk in the chest. The young monk's body swayed slightly, but his expression was still calm. The barbarians of Wuxi were clearly shocked. A few of them began to draw their sharp and shiny scimitars. The girl was about to pull the young monk into the stream when the young monk turned his head and grinned. He shook his bald head, his eyes firm. The young monk turned around again. He chanted silently and stretched his palms apart by a foot. Then, he suddenly put his palms together. The barbarians of Wuxi were stunned. They mistakenly thought that they had hit an iron plate. However, after waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement around them, they laughed loudly. One of the swordsmen tapped his shoulder with the back of his scimitar and walked over with a sinister smile. The young monk's kasaya fluttered unsteadily. My Buddha Tathagata. In the tranquil stream, a violent wave suddenly rose without warning. A ferocious azure dragon formed by the stream took the shape of a heavenly king spreading his whiskers. It lowered its head and roared at the barbarians of Wuxi like thunder. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The girl, who had not bought a box of rouge since leaving home, sat on the edge of the ferry. She was not surprised. Instead, she looked gloomy. The young monk scratched his head and squatted beside the girl. After mumbling for a long time, he finally spoke. "Lizzie, I'm just a monk. I don't know anything except chanting scriptures. Do you have to become a Buddha by chanting scriptures? Who cares about your sarira? Lizzie, are you hungry? Do you want me to go beg alms for you? Lizzie? Lizzie?" The young monk sighed and looked into the distance with his hands on his cheeks. The girl, who had her back to the young monk, raised her sleeve and wiped her face. A team of 100 elite light cavalry escorted by a carriage had already seen the boundary marker of Yuzhou. They were just a few steps away from Beiliang Road. A senior eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was sitting in the carriage with a bright yellow curtain. He was holding a golden lacquer box that he did not dare to leave his hand when he slept. Inside the box was the imperial edict granted by the Liang imperial court to Beiliang. The closer the old eunuch got to Beiliang, the more his eyelids twitched. He kept telling himself that he would be satisfied as long as he set foot in Beiliang's territory. Even if he died on the way, he would at least be able to bring the imperial edict to Beiliang. But in the end, he still felt lucky. After thinking about it, he still didn't think that the young king would dare to send assassins or refuse the imperial edict. Then the carriage suddenly stopped. The old eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials felt something unusual. He lifted the curtain and his heart sank. Near the boundary marker of Yuzhou, there were countless cavalries that stretched to the end of the posthouse road. After the spring equinox in the first year of Xiangfu, the carriage escorting the imperial edict was driven 300 miles away by 2,000 Bailiang cavalries before they could enter Bailiang. At the same time, there were 8,000 cavalries in Zhulu military town in Riverside Prefecture and 6,000 cavalries in Ironfrost City in Riverside Prefecture. The imperial edict was not allowed to enter Bailiang.